Good morning. There we go. Okay. Ding ding. Couple minutes late. Hey, Fubu's worth $4. That's cool. Fubu 0 DTEs? Maybe. Cat calls? Yeah, they're doing good. I had to put stops on them at market open. Why SPX gap? Gap up in the pre-market. You thinking about entering your GME calls for OPEX earlier now? Not really. What's wrong with Apple? Give it a second. Hmm. Did Apple have some like bad news this morning or something? No. Mm. Sorry, I'm just getting the positions ready. Any morning update? Believe it or not at least one of us reads them. No, I woke up 9 minutes ago. So no morning DD right now. And Fubu is really fucking moving. I mean, it's pennies, but it's moving. Late night door knocks, oversleeping. Just say it, man. You're cheating on us. I don't know what you're talking about. In the pre-market, maybe. Fubu 2024 $5 leaps are finally green. What a morning. Yeah, I mean, with only a year and a half left, God forbid they were red for a second. I just bought 0 DTE spy puts. Probably not a terrible idea. Is Ref still primed, or was there some news because people in here are wildly bearish on it, and I have no idea why? Who's wildly bearish on Revlon? Yesterday, Citibank won their lawsuit, but I don't really think that affects Revlon very much. I have 1,000 shares. Nice. I think what's cool about Fubu is that it's starting to move, picking up some volatility. I would like Revlon at $49 million a share now, please, and thanks. Oh, this went up a lot. So when Fubo covered calls, are they worth it yet? Mm, they're okay, but now that it's crossed 4, I'm like a little cautious. There's a lot of call OI at $4. If we look at the recent trend on the 1 hour, it seems 405.50 is the upper range it may reject to confirm the downtrend. Am I right? August trend, that is, for the S&P. Hold on, I don't have any of my charts open right now. 1 second. Bonds are falling pretty quick. That's not a good sign. Like T-bond futures. Technically, it could pull up to. It could technically pull all the way back up to like 420, like on the daily. But yeah, right now it looks like a rejection. 405, 406.27, or 40. I'm blind. 405.29. Are the two kind of important upside. Oof. What the fuck is Fubu gapping up? Take cap profits or let ride? I mean, I put a stop on them already. I think if it falls, I mean, it's like right at my PT, so my stop's pretty close. If it falls back to the EMA 30, I think I'll stop. I'll probably get stopped out. Maybe I could set it a little lower than that. Yeah, I'll set it just a touch lower. Oof. EPAM is PCO right now. Which position is PCO? Is there like a strike that is? We need more screens and charts. I'm gonna take Apple off. Put Jamie back on. Fubu is actually pushing up quite a bit. Fubu Gamma up next week? I mean, if it keeps climbing today, yeah, it's possible. You still holding EPAM puts? Yeah. I've only gotten filled on a couple of them though. But they're for October. Rev is the turtle that didn't know the race started. What's Spy doing? Chopping. Now, Greg, I've been told if I full port into Rev and chant crime, I will be a billionaire. Why have you withheld this secret from us? To keep us as pores? Yes. And ignored. What's up? Can you give me your take on the DWAC situation? I can already hear your stock response in my head, but I thought I'd ask and see if you'd go deeper. OI is nuts. I mean, OI is not indicative of the ability of a stock to move, right? It's dropping like a fucking rock. Check Gamma. Let's see. Not a lot of utilization. The Gex flips at $31 and there's like no Gamma past 28. Like the Gamma between 25 and 30 is non-existent. So I'd have a really hard time getting to all of that call Gamma at 30. $10 put? Why? It's so far out of the fucking money. Like it's not going to get above 30, but it's also probably not going to drop much below 27. Like there's a little slide down to like 25.50. But I don't think it's going to 10 right now. Even the OI at 10 for the next few months is stacked. But that could just be hedging, right? Like there's a shitload of Gamma at 20 too. It's positive, but like just because someone bought a bunch of $10 puts doesn't mean they're going to go in the money, right? Cumberland Farms is the real inflation index. Their sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches have increased a full 50% so far this year. Fuck, inflation's gonna kill us all. I need to look at SPY real quick. The Jan 23 tens are already up. Oh, if you've got that much time, sure. You're buying spy leaps. Thanks, XYZ. I appreciate it, man. Still holding Apple calls? No, I closed those yesterday. I get stopped at a cat yet? Nope. There we go. Apple's really volatile this morning. I picked up some zero DTs on them, but then closed them like right away. Up to you, man. I don't know how much more it's gonna run. It's it's mostly pushing up with the market. Nerve is roughly 235 Cs from the reverse split. Nerve needs to get options. What's it doing? It's at $11. It's fucking flat as a pancake. Is there any economic data today that stuff's like waiting on? Wholesale inventories. Oh, wholesale inventories are out in 5 minutes. That's why. Maybe I should close these. They just print a little bit. I'd be very happy. I'll just set a stop. Well, set a stop. I don't know. It looks kind of squeezy out there. You're expecting weeklies to sell off of GME later? Probably, yeah. The $25 ones. Do you think actual uranium VUPs are because of seasonality? There's supply issues with uranium. Or at least that's why I bought it initially. Like, there's not enough production to meet demand, and it takes years to get like mining operations online. And the ones that are closest to completion are still like a couple years, like the biggest projects that are closest to completion are still a few years out. Seems like a decent time to sell some for next week at like 32. Huh. You're gonna straddle for the data drop? Probably. Wholesale inventories comes out in a few minutes. I thought crypto was crashing. What doing BTC? Well, it's coming up today. Futures are up. Bonds are moving up a little bit. No data yet. Ooh, 0.6 actual. It's way the fuck down. Previous is 1.9. That's not bullish. An odd reaction. Data terrible spy mooning checks out. I wonder if it's just like some profit taking from the call side on the test of 40-50. I don't really think there's any other big data today, right? There's a bunch of Fed speeches. Evans is speaking right now. George at 12, Waller at 12. Let me look at this. There we go. T-bond futures are up now. Kind of makes you want to close this. Docu beat earnings. I'm not gonna fuck with it right now. It's a mess. All right, I think that might be the top. Like 2 cents off, but close some of these calls. How do you feel about this silly rip? We'll see. See Jimmy continuing to go up today or drop back? I mean, it's coming up with the market. It doesn't seem like it's got a mind of its own, though. We'll see how that plays out. It might move up and test like 28-ish. T-bond's going up. Bearish or bullish for the SPY? T-bond futures? Bullish. Although they might be about to drop again. They're not looking super bullish on like the 5-minute right now. Look at the 1-minute. They're not looking super bullish there either. I think this rally is kind of short-lived. So, more puts. Yeah, no problem. Why is the SPY 3 times on the screen? It's not. I have the SPY open so I can get an idea of volume, and then I have SPX open. Can Fubu chill the fuck out? I want to sell CCs, but not if it keeps going up 7% a day. Yeah, it's annoying. Definitely makes selling CCs on it a bit harder. They call it docu-sin because of its crimes against paper. Scranton is the home of paper products. Thanks for sharing, Bob Vance. Vance Refrigeration. The last Vance Dan. CSPs on Fubo might not be bad. We got 4. Yeah, I know the SPY broke 405. Fubo sim like Rev 2.0? No. What's up, like K? Now that everyone's here, happy birthday to the Louvre. I sent them all Domino's gift cards. Enjoy your shitty pineapple pizza, you fucking trogs. Any update on the put wall on Rev? Yeah, it's still there. It doesn't expire yet, so I think we'll repeat the July rally, or is this much more short-lived? Yeah, I don't think this will be as short-lived as the July rally was, or as long-lived as the July rally. We're running like right into SLD, and then the week after we have the Fed's like economic projection for next year. There's no fucking way that's good, right? When does it expire? A bunch of it expires on the 16th on quad witching. And then we'll have to see if they roll it forward. You know, obviously they don't want the price to go up before the delisting hearing. Or at least they're trying to keep it down. It's not always a successful endeavor. Don't worry about a SPY $400 put for next week. This should be the transition back into a bull market. You're welcome. Thanks for fucking us, Carl. We appreciate it. IBKR with their trader workstation don't support CSPs. Is there any real distinction between a CSP and selling a put, but keep track of cash to settle the put myself? I mean, if you're, I assume you're on margin, then no. Tell him IBKR sets off collateral for the put in your margin account. I thought that would have been obvious. In general, why does someone voluntarily liquidate? Because they're closing operations? It's I mean, it's really common for different branches of hedge funds to close and reopen and close, like different arms. They usually have like a bunch of smaller funds, and they close, and like JP Morgan closes and reopens different funds like every day. Thanks for joining in my degeneracy yesterday by getting into one DTE Fubo 4Cs. I just got out with 80% profit. I'm up 1%, but I'm down $7 according to this. I guess I'll just sell them at market. SPY's not looking great now. T-bond futures are coming down. The absurd rally in fucking ES minis is relaxing a bit. You scroll down a bit, you're manipulating the market and the stock won't go off the screen. Ridiculous. The SPY pre-market gap's not as bad. Oh yeah, GME's above the gamma flip point, huh? That's why it's doing crazy shit. Can you tell me my degen amount of EPAM 420s for October? Won't cost me money. I mean, they did cost you money. You paid for them, right? What do you mean degen amount? What do you own, like all the fucking OI at the strike or something? How much are you paying for them? Because when I ran it through a calculator, I couldn't get a decent fill at all. I own 8. Oh, okay. I've gotten filled on 2. I think you might be paying a bit too much for them, but it's probably fine. You've got like over 30 days till expiration. T-bond futures moved back to resistance again. Fuck. The double top? Yes. Downward gap fill? I hope so. I'll make a shitload of money if it does. I'm more worried about closing my calls right now, but T-bond futures? I think it's all of them. So when a contract expires, is it like yogurt where it's still good for a few days? No, it's not. Can you add a Bobby chart, please? Yeah, sure. Why? What's happening with Bobby? Got some volume this morning. There's two big gaps to the downside. I don't think there's any big upside gaps. It does. The fuck? There we go. Okay. T-bond futures are falling off a cliff now. That's good. And minis. Okay, minis are hitting a sell-off here. A little bit. That should be bearish. Doom Guy, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Would you buy back your GME CCs at any price under 30 today? I mean, I'm still up on them. I don't see why I'd buy them back. I have some at 35. I have even more at 40. I only have a few at 30. Was the cat run about to be over? I think Dow's doing pretty well today. Yeah, Dow doesn't look so bad. But yeah, I mean, I'd have stops. It's like right at my price target for cat, so I'd be really careful with the like 190 resistance. Whole market's green. Yep. Does the monthly chart on Fubu look bullish to you? Or am I just dumb? The monthly? I don't know. I don't know why you'd be looking at the monthly. But yes, it looks okay. I wouldn't say it looks bullish, but it looks okay. And it looks like I found support. It's likely to move back to a higher level. What a strange chart to look at. I mean, it's fine to like take a peek at it, but I wouldn't do any analysis on the 1 month. Maybe the 1 week. still like. Sava? Yeah, Sava's still kind of interesting. I don't need to be in it yet, but it's still kind of interesting. It's not dumb. It's just like it's too much data, right, for you to make any to do any near-term analysis. It's, I mean, it tells you that the stock found support in its current range over the last couple months. It's really good confirmation that it's probably going to stay like uh above like two or $3. What's your thoughts on Tesla for today? I keep getting burned on puts, but it looks like it's flattened out. Tesla's had like a lot of bullish news recently. I'm not playing it for a reason. Anytime Tesla starts to get spun up in the news cycle, it gets really fucking unpredictable. Like it'll move up against like market trends, against macro trends. It just doesn't give a shit, right? Which is something I'm noticing about Rivian also. Like Rivian's been doing that a lot recently, behaving a lot like Tesla. You even actually even more like Tesla used to before the first split. Yeah, just completely fucking detached from reality. No problem, Twin Peaks. Don't get a lot of people get like hooked on playing Tesla because you can make so much money so fast. But it's a wildly volatile and unpredictable stock. I only play it when there's like major market trends that are going to be easy to follow. Like a big enough market trend that it doesn't matter what kind of news is going to come out. It'll drop or go up. Rivian had news. They're going to work with Mercedes to make electric vans. Interesting. No, the data this morning was not good. Do you think SLD will push GME to the downside significantly? It'll push GME to the downside. It usually does. GME's not running on anything like relevant, right? It's just people FOMO'd into weeklies yesterday morning and are fucking diamond handing them. When does SLD start? The 14th. Seriously, another fucking test? I'm losing theta here, you bullish piece of shit. Quad top. Maybe. Close. Yeah. This is like usually pretty bearish. So we got like a descending wedge into another rejection. That's usually pretty bad. Like a descending head and shoulders will eventually be what it forms. Or it doesn't give a shit. It's quite a lot of volume there. Yeah, that works out. Did I upset you somehow? Not at all, Cody. Why? Did you ask me a question and I didn't see it? That doesn't mean I'm upset with you. That just means I didn't see your question. Is your outlook for September OPEX change with a run up and possible positive delta hedge? I don't think the delta hedge is all that positive. The run up has been pretty insignificant, right? Like we're only up like a few dollars. What's on the brim of your hat? Expensive candy stickers. I'm I'm starting a new fashion trend. I'm not upset with anybody. That would require a level of caring that I don't possess. I know. Thanks, Boogie. Am I upset with you? Probably. What are your thoughts of Rev getting delisted? What's the chance of that actually happening? I think it's a pretty slim chance. I think Revlon's, wording kind of indicates that they don't think there's a very high chance either. Thought SLD was the third Wednesday. It's the Wednesday before the monthly option expiration, which is usually the third Wednesday, depending on what day the month starts on. Can you be upset with me? I like it when you yell. I really don't have the energy yet. False. I've seen at least 2 glimmers of caring from you over the past year and a half. That sounds crazy. Spy ready to rip? It might be. Um, that doesn't look very strong. That really doesn't look very strong. Maybe not. Curious. Okay. Dixie looks like it's about to rocket again. I just don't know if it's going to do it today. What do your Gurk eyes see? I mean, like minis are dropping. R2K futures are dropping. Dow futures are dropping. Bonds are dropping, and Dixie's going up. We'll see. I don't know if that's going to be enough to affect like near-term profit taking from put positions. But wholesale inventories are shit. I mean, really, we just need one of the Fed speakers to say something bearish. Or we just really needed that double top in this range. Fuck. Who's buying this garbage? I'm already out of my calls. Options flow looks bearish today, though, doesn't it? I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Dude's got some energy. Does he even stream? Is he like a live streamer? I thought he just made like videos where he like screams at his microphone about AMC. But I mean, as you said, puts are taking profit. It doesn't look like it. There's 3.6 million delta in sold puts. 3.8 million delta in bought calls. Bought puts are slightly ahead of sold puts, but they're bought further out, right? Actually, a lot of the puts being bought are for like 404 for today. It's like a huge amount of the delta is 0 DTE 404 Ps. You should give pigeon whales the ability to curse and chat like mods get. We deserve such luxuries. I don't think there's a way to do that. Do you have a rough price range for GME OPEX? Not yet. If you could go back in time with $10,000 and have access to one stock trade, including options, what would it be? Probably GME, because the fucking leaps were so cheap. I would just I would just go back and buy $10,000 worth of SHIB before the rally. No, dude, the VLKAF squeeze, the options were expensive as fuck. Travis, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomb my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Is it just me or Fubu leaps super cheap still? Yeah, they are. Do you have the pickle song in honor of the Green Day? Sure. I have to go do something real quick, so I'll leave you with it.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
It wasn't gone that long. Relax. Spy's gonna climb up to 407? Probably. That's like the next upside resistance that matters. Ugh. I closed my calls too early. Should've just waited. When's Sava stream? What's Sava doing? Sava's having a nice morning. This is starting to get kind of interesting. We'll see. Fubu ad idea number 1. There once was a man from Nantucket whose D was so long that he qualified for a Fubu Ultimate subscription for just $99.99 a month and no contract. That'll do it. We still see downside with GME with its price action today? Yeah, if the market starts falling. It's just rising with the rising market. It's not like it's taking off on its own or getting a lot of volume. Volume today is only at 3 million so far. Well, it's not terrible. Let's say the last ETF FTD day. That might be why we're getting a little extra volume. Yes, right? No. September 9th? Yeah, today's the last ETF FTD. But there's not a lot of ETF FTDs today. It's a pretty small number. Do you think 916 32 cc's are relatively safe? Sold some yesterday. Yeah? No, I wasn't lost in a horrible espresso related accident. Do you mention pulling back your CCs on GME in the middle of next week? Yeah, probably. When will the market fall? Please fall. It's not looking like it's something it wants to do today. Maybe into close. But if you have 0 DTs, you're probably going to get burned. I close my puts out. Or, well, not my long dated ones, but my short dated ones. Is the gamma flip still 850 on Bobby? Let me see. Yeah, the flip is still at 850. It's at, well, 814 this morning. But there's just nothing but put gamma like all the way the fuck up to $10.50. It'll really have to pick up some momentum. Every time it hits a new strike, it's just going to run into like a massive wall of selling. And then if that wall of selling drives it below the previous strike, it's going to hit another down ramp. Fubu Dix? I don't think it's very high, is it? Actually, it is. They're 58.98. Dork. It's higher than it was. Oh, maybe because I looked at it on September 1st when it was at its lowest point. Oh shit. Did I leave my fucking phone in the other room? I might have. That's annoying. Thoughts on October 21 puts for SPY? Enough theta? Probably, yeah. That's where I've been buying mine, so. I'm holding out for a second. I bought some Novembers yesterday. I might buy some more today, too. November, October are both pretty good. You have 2 rooms? Yeah. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Thank you. Here we go, James Bond Spyfall. I don't know if I'd bet on that just yet. I know it was a tough decision for you to make, but making the daily DD a Dillionaire perk is the right thing to do for business. Thanks for today's DD, which was ace. Sorry, pores. Yeah, that's not a real thing. Thanks, Swing Trader to Mars. Well, I have a bathroom door in the camper I've been sleeping in. Nice. All crashes start with one candle. Yeah, that's accurate. What SPY strikes are you looking at for November? 385 and 380 or 3850 and 3800 for SPX. We still have roommates? No. Why is JFresh always trying to sell me his shill trading course whenever I click on your stream? I don't want to take your warrior trading class, JFresh. Jeez. Oh boy. It was like 8421. You're missing 1 point of delta. What is gamma max on GME? Did JFresh like wake up and tell me today? Yes. 3350. There, I'll. Ah. What the fuck was that? Okay. I don't even know how I did that. Teach us some stock secrets. There are members who don't work at Wendy's, so can only afford Cornichon level. I understand, Mikas. Don't worry, I'm not giving the Dillionaires the daily DD. Is it safe to say the possible entry for OPEX calls is past us? Or do you think SLD can take us back down to the $23 range? I mean, I hope it does. If it doesn't, I probably won't be buying any fucking calls. I'll just sell calls, right? That was the blackboard I made for you to use Epic Pen on, but you never used it. Yeah. I think Average Joe made that. Good morning, Girk. Thank you for my pineapple pizza. Happy anniversary to all the amazing talented degens in the Louvre. Girk, I DM'd you my favorite video I've created for you ever. Lice's OI? Hold on. Which one is this? Yep, I remember that one. That's some funny shit. Do I buy all my SPX puts back? I love you. Sorry for the mistype. Ah, I see. I just want to say the cow play was spot on. Took half off the table on the spike this morning. Got stops on the rest. You're a wizard, Girk. Thank you. Dillionaire Daily DD has helped me pay off my margin debt. Thanks, Girk. What? Popcorn trader. I'll be away doing fieldwork for a research project the week of OPEX. Covering and will only have access to the internet at night. Thoughts on how to still capitalize on the price movement? I mean, you can still use options. You just have to use like good to close orders. Why is the whole market green? I don't know. I mean, this is what we expected, right? It's just shitty when it actually happens. Billionaire Daily DD, aka Quad DD, aka QD, has cured my ED. Thanks, Kirk. No problem, man. Thanks, Johnny Utah, FBI. Spy putting me to sleep. Do something, spy. I think it's gonna. I think we're gonna start to see some price action on it. Fiscal. Okay, are people just gonna spam the chat with Gork? Jimmy not drop with this spy tank. You still thinking it's solely market going up? That's causing Jimmy's run the last few days. I mean, yes, but Jimmy also has like an assload of internalization that it needs to offload into market drops. Utilization dropped to 48 yesterday. Holy shit. Well, okay, not an assload, but still a chunk. Looks like they got rid of a lot of it yesterday. Thoughts on Fubo's run today? They're also probably just the rising market. Everything's running. Like my entire fucking watch list is green. With Girk's patented billionaire daily DD, I'm rich. It's also enlarged my penis threefold. My wife broke up with her boyfriend, is letting me sleep in the same bed as her. Thanks, Girk. Winks to camera. You got it, Nesquick. Girk, I'll be doing field research on this semi-breasted great Mwanch penguin in Antarctica the next 12 weeks. How can I manage my position with no internet? You can't. Rev, chief accounting officer quitting? No. When did that happen? Was that today? You used to have low T. The daily Zillionaire GD has really helped. Thanks, Kirk. Should be said that the price of puts is comparable to shares. No. What? Oh, you're doing that thing? On September 1st, Vice President, Chief Accounting Officer Beryl Yildiz resigned from the role. Well, good for him. Uh, is Revlon still $6.50? Okay, cool. Whew. I almost got scared there for a second. I would have had to buy more. I have a little profit on my Jimmy Jan 23 200 calls. Should I sell and rebuy mid next week? I'm mm, probably not. I mean, you're betting on Ivy coming down, which is you may miss the window where that's a profitable trade. Pretty sure it made a bad trade. I managed to lock in credit 725 from Ivy, $30 GME CSPs 10.7 X expiration, and Crush dropped them down to 4.6. I thought I made money by buying them back, but I don't know what happened. It sounds like you should have. You should, yeah. You should be up like 265 a call or per contract. Kirk's BMG, what is it? BMG, you got censored again, which means you've sent me something I probably don't want to read. The Daily Zillionaire GG is giving me many benefits, but the best is being able to fuck Nesquik's wife. It's been a welcome change. I'm not her boyfriend yet, but the special pigeon wheel stuff has given me the confidence to test the waters. I'm glad you're experimenting, BMG. Good for you, man. Cute how zillionaires are happy with their secret DD. Pigeon wheel DD is 1000x my port and my T. Thanks. No problem, Pong. If only it worked for Carl. Are you expecting continued ups next week on basket stocks? Not really. It's not just basket stocks going up, it's the entire fucking market pushing up. Calling Pi-Fi dad is weird, a little creepy, and beating a dead horse. We call him Grandpappy now. Girk's Dillionaire DD sacked Carthage and salted the ruins. Tell me your full port meme stacks without telling me. Yeah. You think market's pumping before CPI data? I mean, CPI data is probably going to be bullish, right? I think we're just seeing like the end of the repositioning, which will probably carry out till like next Tuesday. Thanks, Brian. Pickle jar is the best place on the internet. CPI data, I think, is Tuesday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Tuesday. Fubu under $4 again next week, probably. Maybe. It could hold. It has, like, Fubo has some institutional interest at these prices, too. So, there's a chance it could stabilize above 4. Check DMs, feel free to share it. SPY options players want SPY to keep going up. That makes sense. Delta neutral? Okay. SPY options players always want SPY to keep going up, JFresh. Wait, hold on. What price is DN at? Do we have that? So there's SPY and it's delta neutral, which is rising. More bullishness. Play 407. I've lost. Oh, that's right. I left my phone in the other room. 9,000 super shorts. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Okay. I've got my phone. Now the market can crash. I could CPI data be possibly bullish because oil prices were still cheap last month. DFC broker just did a massive increase of VIX long swap value. Be careful. Okay. I enjoy Fubo. I enjoy CCs. I'm so scared to sell Fubo CCs. Fair. Fair enough. As these huge put position sell off or exercise reposition, can you tell what strikes they reposition to? Eventually, yeah, but the problem is intraday, you can't. You have to wait till, the next market open when the OI is like updated. I would say that's not entirely accurate, but like the final update to OI is before market open the following day. Market's ripping because some hedge fund players want Coke money this Friday. I mean, they can make that either way, up or down, right? They're hedge funds. Hedge. I rode the model on SPY. DM for that is 4K. We just crossed DN on SPX and head to GN at 4.1K. Okay. I don't think that was a DN chart. He was just showing the uptick in delta neutral over time. How does it feel to get unsolicited advice from your viewers? The people who lose massive amounts of money trading. Great. $22 GME next week. We'll see. Ugh. Fuck, do I get rid of this? Need like a knife or a pair of scissors. Can you fix Bobby? What's it doing? Oh, it's testing $9 again. Or for the first time? Did it test yesterday? No. Wait. Okay. That was weird. It'll probably just run into another sell-off. There's like put walls at like 9, 10, 10.50. If Fubu just ripped to $30 and consolidated for a few weeks, I'd be fine with that. It's a long-term play. It's possible, but the short-term call buyers that are, profiting off of any covering on Revlon are just buying Jan 35 leaps. Will Soros, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. DM me over on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Long term, same like a month? Which? Fubu? No. Fubu's... Okay. I have like I have leaps for like 2024. Are you ready for the afternoon sell-off? I have puts. I'm ready to go. Well, at least on SPX. Downside target if we break down on SPY from here. Back to like 400, I would say. 400 or 401. How did you find Fubo? I've watched Fubo for a really long... I owned it last year. I sold it in November. Well, I got assigned on CCs in November. Loving the IV on GME October at the money calls. I can't remember it being at 94% with a downturn. Could we see sub 90? Maybe. Although IV on GME is rising today, so maybe not. It very rarely stays below 100 for long. Thoughts on Amazon puts? It's at the same level as Pickles picks last week. It filled that downside gap. I'd be careful with it. I mean, if you're buying them far enough out, sure. But if you're trying to play the short term on it, I would be very careful. Fubo ad idea number 2. Fubo and fuck. It's the Netflix and chill for a new generation. How far out do you buy SPX options? They're expensive as fuck. Yeah, they're not cheap. I have some for October and November now. I have some left for October, and I have them for November. Can we still see $23 next week before OPEX? Yeah, sure, it's possible. How far out do you buy VIX calls? For like hedging, or just for like, I generally have two different VIX positions. For hedging, I buy them like 6 months to a year out. For like speculating, I don't know, like 60 DTE. GMA IV30 is down about 5% from yesterday's close. Where are you getting live IV30? It dropped on the like earnings, but it's up from yesterday. The low yesterday was 99. Today it's at 104. Thanks for coming out with the exclusive Dillionaire dividend. I can't believe I didn't become a Dilly sooner. Wink. Jesus. GM is only 33.50 on GME, apparently. I like to sell GME CCs before I leave for vacation on Wednesday. I'm going to sell far out of the money so I don't have to babysit. Any thoughts on timing in the next few days? Are you selling them into OPEX? Because that's really risky. I have paid data from CBOE and IV30 on GME is at 93.60. What paid data do you have from CBOE? Can't purchase Dillionaire here. Is there any other way? It seems local YouTube doesn't support it. No. It's only set up through YouTube. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. There might be like a way around your region lock. Do you know of any broker on Earth that allows cash account users to buy options with unsettled funds? All of them? You just can't sell the options bought with unsettled funds until the funds settle. Yeah, VPN. Fix the GME chart. Huh. Oh, I'm out of cat. Yep. That was good. That was really good. I fucking love Caterpillar. Tesla testing 300. Interesting. Upside resistance here on Tesla 306.84. That's pre-split though. Or if we see more like that. 302. Interesting. Yeah, if you're long Tesla, be careful of the 302 resistance. What's Revlon doing? Nothing? Nice. Why EPAM 1021 420p set to close only? I have no idea. Because that dude in chat bought them all? Did Carl buy Tesla puts? I don't know. Probably. Save them from the SLD dip. That's up to you. IV may not drop a lot now. Like generally after earnings, IV hits its low point, and then it just kind of rises into OPEX. I need to find an Irish pub for tonight. For what? Are you celebrating the anniversary of the Louvre because you paint yourself? Because you paint on your canvas on TradingView to show us that we are idiots, a true artist. No, no, because they do like a bunch of stuff for the channel and it's awesome. Yeah, I'm not happy I'm missing OPEX. I would have preferred to let my investments make a little money for me while I'm out. But you're probably right. I don't want to accept the risk. I mean, yeah, you'd want to be like really, really fucking far out of the money if you're gonna sell through that period. Especially with like the potential like ETF shit on the table. I'd be very careful selling covered calls through that period. Or I just wouldn't. I don't even want to say I'd be careful. I just wouldn't sell covered calls through that period. You confirm that this chat is like 1% shill at any given moment? According to Superstock, it's 100% shill. And they have the god tier DD, right? IV30 at open was 104. That's the last. I can check other sources. Market Chameleon says 91. We can look ourselves. 133. 89. Oh, you know what it is? I think the one source checks the 0 DTEs and the others don't. That's why you're seeing the a lot of them showing like IV30 at like 92, 93. Because they're not factoring in the 0 DTE options. It's the average of IV across options up to 30 days of expiration. But depending on how they track it, some will not factor in like the 0 DTE IV on Fridays. So like after today, IV is lower. But the weeklies are still pretty high. You're correct. The DD is God's here. I'm a shill as well as every other pigeon whale. We've learned the ways of shilling our CCs to unsuspecting porous for our profits. They're different. Some securities have different like they have OPEX exposure, but it's through different periods. It depends on their own options chain. It depends on ETF inclusion. There's a lot of other factors. Ortex says IV30 is 1,000%. There it is. Thoughts on AMD? It looks like it broke away from the SPY. Looks good. Yeah, it's kind of just rallying on its own. A little push from SPX. I mean, SPY's probably moving a lot more than this is, right? What do you check for OPEC's expiration dates? They're just every month. They're the monthly expiration every month. This is why all the pigeon whales have been gaining confidence to now be boyfriends. We've learned to shill CCs, make money, and meet the poor's wives for casual hookups. We are your gods. Witness the pigeon whales. All right, you need to calm down. The only deity here is Lady View Up. Is there a good chance that my 26 CCs get assigned after market today? I mean, they're in the money. So, yes. The answer is yes. What's the expiration? Especially if they expire today. You can roll them. What camera do you use to stream? It's like a Razer something. Where's Darth Dan? I don't know, probably at work. Will I be banned if I start picking fights with the pigeon whales? Probably not. I think a lot of people do that already. Oh, there he is. Never mind, he's not working. I lied. True, but the poors didn't know that. We can use divine right in our favor. We make the poors believe that we were chosen by Lady VWAP, and boom, we get licensed to bet all their wives. It's genius. Okay, I'm going to reiterate this because I think people are forgetting. This is not a cult. Okay? We don't have some elected tier of elite members that can bed others, like, that hold the right of prima nocta. Okay? You just. No. Okay, because then we're gonna have lawsuits, and I don't want to deal with it. It's not a cult. We have a song about how it's not a cult, which is also a legal disclaimer. Kirksium. No, not naughty cult. Not. It is not a cult. Can we be a religion instead for the tax deductions? You guys are gonna get me hung in a jail cell. Not cool. You're right. It's not a cult. It's a lifestyle brand. There you go. Have you ever had one of those days where you sold your hedges and the market is pretty much going against all your positions? Yeah, today. If we aren't a cult, then why did we do that initiation ceremony where we sacrificed a goat to appease Lady VWAP? It wouldn't have been bad, but Carl just sat in the corner crying. That wasn't a sacrifice, that was just dinner at Popcorn Trader's house. We had to kill the goat so we could eat it. Thanks as always for the entertainment. Also, happy birthday to Hazy. Not sure if he's listening. Oh shit, happy birthday, Hazy. I didn't know it was Hazy's birthday. Did he make a video for his birthday? I hope not. Ted Willis, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Turb Ferga, Furla, Laura, Brett Harrell. And truly he saith unto the pigeon whales, it is harder for a pigeon whale to motorboat Lady VWAP than it is for the poorest to look up her dress. Beautifully put. Then why did you drink its blood? Iron. Can we get some vegan options for future initiations? We'll see. We have some broccolini left over. Have you guys ever been to a restaurant where they don't blanch the broccolini properly and it's bitter? What do you do? I sent it back. I sent it back and I said, tell your chef to learn how to cook this shit. I know you would, Carl. You really need to stop shitting on the floor of restaurants, though. You know, soon people aren't going to want to go to dinner with you anymore. I would rather have overcooked broccolini than undercooked plant farts. I did the same thing. I was just at dinner at my parents'. No, no. Anytime I send something back at a restaurant, I just tell them I don't want anything else. They're like, oh, we'll get you a new one. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I've worked in restaurants. I've seen a head chef scrub his ass with cauliflower and then serve it to somebody. I will never eat food after I've sent it back. He was a cokehead, like most chefs. Um and a narcissist. else would you season the cauliflower? How often do you send things back? I mean, not too often. I generally don't eat at too many places where you would normally send shit back. Can you tell us why you got banned from Applebee's? I'm not banned from Applebee's. I'm not even sure I've ever been to an Applebee's. Oh, that's not true. I ate in an Applebee's in an airport one time. I had mozzarella sticks and they were disgusting. Thoughts on poke? It's like shitty sushi, right? In a bowl? I don't like it. It's like here's some chunks of raw fish of questionable origin. We've put them on rice. Pokemon are amazing. So then why was the cup of blood being passed around? Listen, you're asking a lot of fucking questions, man. Do you have the address so I can drop off the cloak to the renters? I don't need another 24-hour late fee. You ran off giggling with Carl, so I couldn't ask. The cloaks, you just pay the rental fee on the cloak. Dork picks up the payments once a week. You can't return it in case there's an emergency meeting. If you show up with no cloak, you'll be exiled. Don't you ever say hella dank again, Dork. It's just chirashi in a bowl. We've doused them with eel sauce and mayo. I feel like poke like came about because someone was gonna make sushi and they didn't have a sharp knife. And they were like, fuck it, I'll just cut it into cubes. You know? I also don't eat sushi from gas stations. Snob. If cap breaks 190, does anything special happen? I have some party poppers somewhere. I could try to find them. Kuroyuki Tarada, Diaries of a Master Sushi Chef. No? That sounds dope, though. I would watch it. Poke are the sushi scraps being remixed into Pour's sashimi party mix. Yeah, that's what poke is. It's like a sushi. It well, not sushi, sashimi. It's like sashimi trail mix. No, it's I understand it, you know. Some people just really like the mouthfeel
of like chunks of salmon, you know, just greasy, chewy fish mouth, like fish bubble gum, you know. I always bring a poke bowl with me on my summer hikes for snacking. Oh God, that's fucking disgusting, Jay Fresh. Do you like to? Do you leave it in the sun on a rock before you eat it? It's not old sushi. It's new poke. I'm sorry. I know it's popular. It's just not good. Okay. J Fresh's warm temptation bowl. I leave it in my backpack. When someone asks me what's that smell, you know it's ready. Nice. I didn't catch you a bluefin that you wouldn't accept as an offering this year. Sorry. It's okay, JC. I'll forgive you. I'll just keep going to $400 a night sushi restaurants and I'll get my bluefin tuna from there. You know what tastes best about, you know what the best flavor in bluefin tuna is? Extinction. It's just fucking delicious, you know? Yeah, oh no, definitely still a shill. The Shillery index on Wall Street Bets this week was off the charts for no reason. So bullish. What was the Shillery index? Is this BBBY conspiracy shit? This sounds like BBBY conspiracy shit. They're making fun of people that are still holding BBBY because they're still holding BBBY. Many of whom are down 100%. Pickle in my jar. $5 for some TA on SPX. What do you want on it, man? It's chopping at the upper resistance. All right. So it broke through its downtrend to the upside. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's Trading Views being a piece of shit again. I hate it when this happens. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much, man. Guys, give John Wilkes a big shout out for hooking you all up with memberships. 70 of them. Dude, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornishon, guys. Or welcome back to Cornishon. There you go, Dork. Now you can pay for your fish chunks. Praise be to the glorious pigeon whales as they rain down their bull mayo upon you.
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Not open trading view in this fucking window. Why won't you capture the fucking trading view window, you piece of shit? October 280p Tesla looks good. You really want to buy those before OPEX? I wouldn't. You're going to be really sad. You know what? I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to create a new window capture. Boom. Okay, that fucking works. Why does that work and the old one doesn't? Whoever designed OBS and Epic Pen, I hate them. I hate them so much. Okay. Now that we have that, let me scale it. There we go. Okay. SPX. So yeah, SPX broke up from this downtrend. Technically, you know, we could see a retest of like 420. I'd be cautious of that. Right now, the options chain kind of indicates we can move up to like 408, 409 before seeing a rejection. So right around here. So like I said, you know, earlier in the week, above 405 or above 395 is like a good opportunity to get into long dated puts, but not like short. Like you probably want to be short dated, mostly call side. At least until SLD. Already rejecting it, but it doesn't mean it's not going to stabilize in this range. Fed Waller supports another significant increase in interest rates this month. Of course he does. Time for more puts? Sure. As long as you have time on them. And you can ride out whatever upside we see here. I just want a gap fill today. I mean, I have puts for it, but I don't know if it'll fill or not. I'm probably gonna buy some calls for next week at market close. Brad Pitt or George Clooney as Kirk in the next stock movie? Hmm. Brad Pitt. Or Danny DeVito. Yeah, I like Danny DeVito too. Why do I feel like a winner when my calls drop 90% and then recovers, so I only lost 30%? Why don't you set stop losses on your options contracts? Danny DeVito, shirtless, covered in mayonnaise. Fed's Waller, if prices do not fall, the rate peak might be well above 4%. I mean, it's not like they have a long way to go to get there, but I can see that. I like that he's saying hawkish shit. That's good for my puts. Fubu ad idea number 3. For less than the cost of a daily coffee, you can get a Fubu Pro sub with 1,000 hours of DVR space. It also increases the odds that I'll make my house payment after Q3 earnings. Nice. People stopped talking about BBBY, so okay, so because it fell back below $9. This doesn't even look that bad. Nope, not yet. Sorry. How did Kenny get critical margin down to $28? It's because they closed their London office in January on purpose. What happens if you buy an option with unsettled funds and it expires? Nothing. Yeah, that won't be a violation. Do you think put profit taking is near ending? So there's a lot of shit going on right now. There's a lot of puts taking profits earlier throughout the earlier part of today. Right now there's a lot of puts being bought and calls being sold. So it's starting to skew more bearish into the end of the day. But I had to close my like 0 DTE puts and give them some more theta because they were burning up way too fast. What do you see SPY's range next week with SLD OPEX? Mm, depending on how strong the put positions get built up at 3,800, maybe. I think right now the likely range for SLD is like 385, like 390 to 385 would be my target range. I'll update that with like OI on Monday, but right now that's what I'd be looking at for just for SLD. I think we're not going to see the SPY drop hard until after the Fed's economic projections in September. Hawkish Fed into most likely bullish CPI. What to do, what to do. Slightly bearish straddle. The only worry with CPI is that core has gone up more. So if core inflation is up more, excluding energy prices, right, which are what is currently lowering perceived inflation, that could be bearish, especially with like the hawkish Fed outlook. So even if the numbers are better, like inflation appears down, but a lot of that's just due to reduced energy costs and like things like used cars coming down and stuff, which made up a lot of the early inflation. But you know, underlying that, like costs of goods, rentals, like things like that are still moving up. Um, and if those start the rate that those are growing start to accelerate, that'll be really bad. How's your friend doing in the rehabilitation center? Is he okay? Did he get out? I think he's out. He sent me bagels. Um, I tried to determine why he sent me bagels, and I haven't heard back from him. Thanks for not selling my house bagels. It's not his wife's house. Yeah, his bank account's not empty at all. Bagels seem like the 50,000 he still owes you. He owes me 250,000. And another 50,000 from like 3 years ago, which he never paid me. Yeah, I already have the house. I haven't sold it yet. I haven't even been there. I've just been busy. Did he pull the rehab card so his job couldn't fire him? Probably. It's not the first time he's been in rehab for his gambling addiction. Also, his job would probably never fire him. His dad's his boss, so. Well, no, I got collateral for the second loan, right? Speaking of such things, my wife basically made about a comment about how Elon is not the most handsome of men. Seems dashing enough to me, but I let her know that money is the best plastic surgery. Off topic, but interesting. No, it's only nepotism there. To be fair, he's done a lot for me over the years, too. I'm not a loan shark. I don't have a fantasy football team. Uh-oh, Roland's super bullish on GME. He keeps tweeting about it. Did he get some secret DD from you? Or should I be bearish since he is most likely going off of his oscillators? I don't know. He just hypes all the same dates. It doesn't matter. He doesn't owe me anything. Not anymore. We're definitely even. Are you gonna sell the house back to him? If he pays me for it, I'll give him like half off. He can buy it for 1.2. You loan someone 250K. You loan 250K to someone who's been in rehab for gambling, and you don't want us to buy weeklies? Hypocrite? No. I know it's dumb, but what happens if you hold an in the money call and it expires? Um if you have auto exercise turned on, it will auto exercise. You'll pay for 100 shares of the underlying. If you don't, it will just expire worthless. Why haven't you sold the house yet? I just haven't had time. I haven't even been out there since I got it. It's true, he wasn't in rehab when I loaned him the money, but he's been in rehab before. A couple times. He has a bit of an addictive personality. Oh, Fubo's mooning again. This is ridiculous and completely unnecessary. I told you I would pay you by close of business today, and yet you sent these two shady looking gentlemen after me. Sorry, man. It was due yesterday. So if it exercises, but you don't have that money, does the broker just sell it? No? That's just, you just get nothing. Why the fuck are you holding in the money options into close without capital to exercise them? Just sell the fucking thing. I'm not sure how that's a hypocrite. He either gets his money back or he gets 10x. Zero DTs are worth zero if things go wrong. Not money back. Yeah, exactly. Play OG full bull, Pickle Man. Which is full bull? Because of Fubo? Because it hit 420? Alright.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurt.
But you can sell options too? Yeah, you can.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green.
That's awesome news, Bob.
I can be violent upside.
If I ever need to go on the lam, I'll hit you up.
I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurt.
Gherk same as Goldman or Bank of America, giving people loans on houses when they know people will not be able to pay back. Oh, he could have paid me back. He's just an irresponsible fuckwit.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be vulgar, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be vulgar.
They called fidelity and they cash settled the option.
Green, I can be red, I can be violent.
Do you have margin?
I can be hurtful, I can be vulgar, I can be anything you like.
Have you considered the potential rail strike tanking the economy? There's been a potential rail strike for like months now. They'll just resolve it. Yeah, I have the deed. It's fully in my name. I have full possession of the home. Why didn't you call his dad and tell him that he never gave you back the 300K that you loaned him? He's even less likely to give it back to me. Check for squatters. I doubt there are any. I think it was his mom's mother's house. When we remodel granny house and rent out for 10K a month as a TikTok house? What's a TikTok house? I was gonna use it for OnlyFans. Yeah, I'll have to pay property taxes. A place where people go to make TikToks and live the TikTok life. I see. I hate the concept of money so much. 5K pays all my debt and misery. Well, Pi-Fi's got a second house he doesn't want. Yeah. It's, there was a point in my life when I never would have thought that I would have a second house that I didn't want. But here I am with a second house I don't want. There's a name for that. Is it like a Nodus Tollens? Sitting on an empty house seems like a giant waste of potential money. Well, I stream during business hours, which makes it difficult to get anything done. Yeah, the property taxes are not fucking cheap. They're not that much. I think the taxes are like 12,000 a year. Something like that. I wish the SPY would move down faster. Yeah, Jimmy's doing okay. It's not really inverse the SPY. It's just bounced on the, like, it got all its volume on the last two candles when the SPY did. You gonna winterize it or heat that bad boy for the next 6 months? I guess I could just heat it. It's probably not that expensive to keep it at like 60 degrees. Or 50. How much do I have to heat it? Am I watching my 916 CCs too closely right now? Probably. I don't think it does. I don't think it has fiber, which is why I wouldn't really want to live there. I don't know. It has to be reassessed. And then I guess I'll find out what the taxes are going to be. But they're not going to be like 100K a year. I think a lot of the like improvements to the property were made in like the 80s and 90s. So leave a faucet or two dripping in the winter. Why? To prevent the water sitting. You guys are saying too many things that I want to know about. It's in a gated community. I don't think it's a target. Do you want to sell a CSP when Ivy is high? Ideally, yeah. Sound on and DMs. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Carl, are you going to do a chug? GME on SSR? No, it's not. That's not how SSR works. It's the other direction. Risky to sell CCs into these diamond-handed weekly options holders causing this pump? Nothing bullish next week, or am I dumb? Nothing I've heard about. Can't buy long, only on down ticks. That doesn't work that way. The whole market is squeezing again. That's one way of describing it. Hey, at least Riven's down today. How high can we go today on GME? I mean, right now, 28.53. We could go up to Gamma Max. We're above Gamma Neutral. And Delta Neutral. Delta Neutral's at 28, so. Ask your lawyer about reinvestment of the property into different property, primary residence, to see if you can keep all the profits and not have to pay any taxes. I will. Spy chopping or going back up? It's moving back up, but it's definitely in a downtrend. We'll see if it breaks out of this. I mean, the market's up 120 BPS. CC's dangerous with possible gex Monday, Tuesday. There's just not that many calls on the chain. Man, everyone's so afraid of cover calls. Was this kind of what you expected for the week? Yeah. Pretty much. Why is GME going up today? Because people are buying weeklies because they're bullish on earnings. It's almost like when people buy calls on GME, the price goes up. I know, it's crazy. That can still drop super hard next week. That's not accurate, Superman. I said it could hit 2250. I didn't think it was going to. Someone called for $45 profit this morning. Should have held out for 90 if I sold now, but I guess profit is profit. Yep. So play the long side. See how it does for you. I don't give a shit what you do. I've sold CCs and reduced my cost basis, but it doesn't show on my account as such. If my CCs are below my original cost basis and get realized, will I get a wash sale if I buy back in before 30 days? Yes. Come on, Spy. I know you're tired. We'll see. Positioning is still like in full swing. Spy volume is actually okay today. What? Fubu's not hitting $200? I had a cold cheeseburger on a family trip, and so I'll never eat at another McDonald's and sell all of my McDonald's stock. Okay. So it's looking like a great time if SLD pans out to get our calls next week and also sell some 30 DTEs in the money at the peak of the run. Am I doing this right? Sure. What do you predict we close out today for GMA? I have no idea. People are still buying shitloads of $30 calls right now for today's expiration. So we'll see how it goes. $4 profit on a 0 DTA 28C. Here's your cut. Thanks, Corey. No, this isn't the start of OPEX. OPEX is after next week. Fed's Waller. Fears of recession have faded. Robust labor market is giving us flexibility to be aggressive in our fight against inflation. Hmm. So Waller's coming out dovish? Jesus. Here we go again. The robust labor market. All the labor data the last 2 weeks was shit. Cost of labor is skyrocketing. Someone give him the old memo? That's last month's memo. Spy to 430? 420 at most. If we see the $30 put wall, break the $30 put wall and stay there from next week, could we see a run to 40.42 for OPEX? Possibly, yeah. It could go that high. Right now, Gamma Max is really low. It's at $33. So right now, like upside doesn't look super good. Rev to $6.66. Oh fuck, it's moving. Look at it go. Maybe. Which strike for Fubu Jan 24 calls? I have 10s for Jan 24. Does price improvement help OPEX or no? Since we look for a dip. And we have a dip. Do you guys need to like zoom out on GMA? There's a lot of dip. See all this dip? You know, just because we've fucking retraced like 20% of a 48% down move, or $5 of a $20 slide, does not mean that this is like fucking MOASS, all right? Is GSAT gonna get to $3? I have no idea. Shouldn't the sub $4 puts be shedding when Fubo hits 450? Yeah. I think the biggest problem on Fubo is there's not a lot of calls out of like far out of the money. Let's see. Yeah, calls fall off pretty hard after like $5. There's a shitload of call gamma at 4. But yeah, after 5 it kind of falls off. Then there's just not much else on the chain. So 5, maybe up to 6. 7 at best. Right now. I mean, obviously, more and more interest will pick up out of the money as the price continues to rise. I'm holding for some November 5 Cs on Fubo. Witness me. Nice. Where can one read about SLD? FINRA? How long until I regret not buying 1,000 shares of Fubu at $4 like Bobby? I don't know. We'll see. I need to build confidence in plays. I thought I bought two 916 $4. I bought two 916 $4 Fubu calls yesterday. They're currently up 75%. I wish I'd bought 20. Fair enough. Rev same like penny stock. It's not, in fact. It's not a penny stock. Why does everyone think Fubu is a squeeze play? I don't know. Because everyone thinks everything's a fucking squeeze play. They're like, oh, it's a stock? It's gonna squeeze. They think the SPY's a squeeze play. They think Tesla's a squeeze play. There's not a problem at all with Fubu. It's a beautiful little stock with all the potential of a newborn baby. I will nurse it and change its diapers until it leaves the nest and soars to the moon. If unemployment stays under 5%, we can be really aggressive on inflation. They're kind of saying inflation will be up. Maybe. In not so many words. Blame the everything short DD. I do. I blame it for a lot of misconceptions. My GME October $21 calls I bought yesterday are up 36%. I wish I bought more too. Nice. Yeah, Fubu's pretty liquid. It's not great for a squeeze. Although there is a lot of lockup in it. The CEO owns what, 22% of the shares outstanding, and then it's got like 32% short interest. Fubu's actually just a really good long-term investment with a lot of potential. No squeeze, with the ground floor of what could be a really great company. Yeah, and it's super fucking cheap right now. Bullish breakout on GME, I think. Yeah. Wrong. Trying to use this as a portfolio builder, prepared to wait a while. Yep. October, November, December, and Jan. GME call is looking great. I won't sell until we do the whole September OPEX thing. Yeah, those are the current Greeks on the screen. What's up with GME today? It's moving up. The markets are up too. It's got some weekly call pressure and rising markets, which is good for it. Wasn't able to watch the stream all morning. What's up with Jimmy? BRBN and spam myself, but limited my garage space. Limited by my garage space? What's BRBN? Maybe a lot of the Fubo buying are new investors buying into Fubo. I think it's institutions buying into Fubo. Fubo's doing a lot right now that's going to increase subscriber base, which is going to improve their multiples. So you're seeing a lot of, I think you're seeing a lot of institutional buying, like a fair chunk of accumulation right now. Moon Monkey, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNB.
Old school Billionaire song. Like the original one? Where's that? This one? Breaking out the classics. People think Fuberto can squeeze because they look at the chart and they see it's run to $8 recently. I mean, it'll pick up volatility, right? And then if that reattracts volatility shorts, it can start picking up like OPEX cycles again. When panic selling an IV play during a mega event, you sell your contracts as a market order. Are you getting a fill at the bid or mid? Bid or mid? I usually just market sell them if the price is rising. So sometimes you fill above the ask. Like if you're on a green candle. There's a ton of OI for GME calls this week. Yeah, I know. There's like a shitload of weekly call buying. We hit GM today? Wow. I mean, that's not ideal. When did you sell your 30 CCs? Before earnings. I only have like 50 $30 calls out. I'm not even sure they're down yet. Are they down? Yeah, like a little bit. 20 cents. Well, generally, if the price is moving up, IV will be moving up. Walk in. Is this data lacking or not updated? I think institutions are buying into Fubu now, so you won't get reports on that for some time. There's some institutional ownership. There's institutional ownership in ETFs. So that doesn't sound right. I don't think it's very high, but it's definitely growing. Let me take a look. Yeah, institutional ownership's been climbing through June into this month. Let's see. Comcast sold out, but Vanguard bought 6 million more shares. BlackRock bought 9 million. Goldman Sachs's position is the same. So Vanguard 16 million shares, BlackRock 15 million, Marshall Wace LLP 5 million, State Street 4 million, 2 Sigma 3.7, Geode Capital 3.1, Wolverine 3. That's puts. 2 Sigma Advisors bought 2.9 million shares in the last update. IWN bought 1.8 million shares. That's going to be, I think, part of BlackRock's holdings, though. Rentech has 1.8 million shares. B of A, Goldman Sachs, Charles Schwab, all around like 1.3, 1.4 million. Citadel has call options for 1.1 million. Jane Street has call options for 1 million. These are starting to get a little old now. So yeah, lots of institutional investment. At least on the 8 as of 8/15. We've seen plenty of events that were supposed to have realized VOPs, but then it gets internalized in the ground because the MM sees the majority of pressure as weeklies, so they can bleed retail out. Why then are we seeing different here today? We frequently see rises in price on Friday, and then the market maker pulls the rug. There's not a lot of room for them to pull the rug, though. Like, GN is at 26, DN's at 28. There's just not a lot of, like, downside, right? Let's talk about, Kubo. Is it advantageous to roll out and up to 35? You could. Do you get more leverage by doing that? If Jimmy finishes strong today, we still expect downs Monday, Tuesday next week. Monday, Tuesday? Tuesday is tough. I don't expect the market to move down until the latter half of next week. So Jimmy could keep moving, potentially. I expect some downs when weeklies sell off today. They hedge them. They just dump the hedge, Poker DGen. And it depends on their risk. Like if we're above GN or like the gamma flip point, then they're buying into the rising price. If we're below it, they're selling into the rising price. If we're below it, they're buying into rising prices, right? So below you get more volatility. Above you get more stable uptrends. We've been above it since this morning on the market rise. So if they're in the money, if the options are going in the money, they're going to hedge them. It's out of the money calls they don't really hedge much, especially weeklies. And if they get an opportunity, they just dump the hedge because they know those calls aren't going to go in the money, right? And that's when everyone's IV gets fucking priced down and they get burned on their weeklies. This is the third rejection on the 15-minute? Or the second? Second. I'm down 50% on my 91630C, which is the smartest course of action going forward. You can hold it or buy it back. Those are your options with covered calls. You're not actually down on anything. You've already received the credit. It just costs you more to buy it back than you sold it for. But not covered? Just calls? How are you down 50% on them? The price has done nothing but go up since earnings. I bought them 2 weeks ago. For what? For FTDs? And you held, why did you hold them for so long? Time in hands, baby. I guess. There is a Fubu room in the Discord. Don't let the rug pull us on OPEX week. Need October, actually no September calls. All October or later. Hey, how about don't fucking tell people what to buy, Superman? My 99 Rev 10C is gonna print or not? Oh, definitely not a popcorn trader. Best way to manage beard hairs flying everywhere when trimming beard. What are you trimming your beard with? Hedge clippers? It should just fall down. I'm sure you mentioned this 1,000 times, but what IV do you like to see before writing covered calls? Oh, I don't really care. Any IV? It doesn't matter. Higher is better. Favorite alcoholic beverage after a good trading day? I generally don't drink after trading days. I don't know, whiskey or something. Trouble with beard hair? Are you poor? Have the maid clean it up. I don't have 1,000,000 shares. That's ridiculous. No, Jacob. It's more than that, actually, Bones. But close. No. I didn't have 100K shares before the split. How many shares of stocks do you have? A lot. A lot of what it's attractive about GME to veteran holders was a deep understanding of how it moved and when. If we see another NOPEX, what's the plan moving forward? Are you and the quants actually going to figure out what's going on all over again, or are we just moving on? You're very hung up on the NOPEX thing. Either obligations are due or they're not, right? It's pretty fucking simple. Every one will be an opportunity for that to happen. You always start doing this like the week before OPEX. Out of all of them, only August had no price action. Out of all the OPEXs all the way back, August was the only one that had no price action. So, one out of 14 separate events. June and July both had like 20 and 22% price improvements over like the T+2 period. People didn't position well for that. But I mean that's all you do, just position better next time. They don't all run 100%. Only March did that this year. Last year they ran a lot harder. It really seems like the definition of like NOPEX is just how people positioned for it, right? Like if people didn't make money on it, they're like, it's a NOPEX. Like I made money in June. I made money in July. I made money on August FTDs. Like there's plenty of money to be made. If there's more call buying into next week, can we still see this upward price action for GME? Unless we get like some sort of significant sell-off in the broader markets. Yeah, I think like the active fund pressure plus call buying is going to lead to price improvement. It's hard to say. Calls are a lot cheaper now, which is part of the reason we're seeing this effect. Calls were way too expensive to get this kind of action on them last year. And it does fuck up the negative hedge going into the OPEX period. Also, the market's just rocketing again. It's moving up. 407 next? 407.50? Hold on. Next upside. Next important one's 411. There is resistance at 407. I don't think I haven't marked the what's it at? 406.77. Jimmy's not really rallying with this. You made money, yes, but you can also lose money. Sure. A lot of the problems seem to center around like people expecting higher prices and not getting out in time, or not positioning for a smaller move. Right? So it's either people buy like wait, hold on. So you get a lot of like these two big OPEX problems. You get people buying too far out of the money. So they buy like 0.1, 0.2 calls, trying to play the IV bump only. Or you get people that hold too long, right? So they buy near the money, but they hold after a 20% move, waiting for more. So they buy like 0.3, 0.4, and don't take any profits. Why GME up? Because the fucking market. What do people not understand about this? The market is up like 130 basis points. Everything is up. GME is part of everything. People are also YOLOing hard into weekly calls. And because they're going in the money, they're being hedged. You're saying it like those are exclusively two types? You can do both of those. Sure. You don't even need to play the upside of OPEX. If you want to be cautious, just sell covered calls at the top. See what price action occurs and then sell covered calls. Sherwin down somehow. That's weird. Really? I mean, like, Dow's not doing great today, but it's doing okay. Yeah, Sherwin kind of hit resistance here at 240. This looks more like a pullback than anything else. fucking rocketed yesterday and the day before. Yeah, this just looks like a little bit of a pullback at resistance. This doesn't even look like it's gonna last very long. I think this is gonna keep moving up. I'm gonna buy Sherwin-Williams calls. Can I get 240s? 240s, right? There's no fucking way. 245? Alright, fuck it. Why is Jimmy IV still low after today's price action? I mean, not a ton of volume today. Higher than average, though. Most of the IV spike is on weeklies. Like, weeklies are at 140% at the money. And October's are at 93% at the money. Even next week's calls are they're like 89% at the money. It's cause there's so much interest on the weekly strikes. Like 2 million delta in weekly calls bought today. And they're in the money. September 26th. Shitloads of them. September 28th look like they're being sold. September 9th, 2550s. Some September 16th 25s. And a lot of September 9th 25, 2550, 26, 2750, 28. So like this whole range, there's just shitloads of weeklies bought. Let's see. Shift search. There's a lot of interest in the October 7th $20 call, which is kind of weird. There's some September 16 25s and 27s and 30s. Not a ton, but a few. Also, they're cheap, right? Options are super cheap right now. So Jimmy crashed by end of day. It doesn't look great. If it's retail buying, like they never reposition, so generally like pumps on the back of weeklies are short-lived. Yeah, Fubu's up to 425 now. Doing good. Yeah, there's 0 DTEs. What did I lie to you about, Popcorn Trader? It's a good time to buy puts on Amazon to play SLD. I was thinking 121, 130 puts. Or 1021, 130s. Ooh, damn. Let me see. You might want to target like the 136 range to get them. I think there's still some more upside that we could see here over the next like three or 4 days. Man, Fubu bounced hard. That's fucking awesome. Look at that. Yep. I wonder. Like Fubu's kind of rocketing here. That was unexpected. I would have expected that period of time to take a little longer. Yeah, double bottom. GME. We're getting close to. That's Amazon. Sorry. GME. Getting close to this resistance. At 2890 looks really tough. $29.50. I'll check Gex for it. Give me a second. Jimmy at the $29 strike. We're over the gamma flip point. Yeah, so from like 2850 through 30, right now there isn't a ton of like call gamma. If we fall back below 26 or 6, we're going to go down really hard. I wouldn't touch any fucking Japanese company at all right now. Japan's got some serious fucking macroeconomic issues. Yen's at like all-time lows, and Nikkei is just running. They have 2% CPI and like 22% PMI. And I don't think they can print themselves out of the hole. You've really become all about Fubu, J-Ed. Red candle is Fubu dead. You bullish on next week? Not super. We might be able to hold 25. 25 would be good. If we can hold 25 and build up some like longer, especially with like farther dated calls having really low IV right now, if we can build up some like solid call interest between like 30 and 45 next week, that would be ideal. How many members' names do you recognize? A lot of them. Ryan, Jimmy formed a little Head and Shoulders. About to sell off, possibly. We're approaching 2 o'clock. Doesn't one of them force close 0 DTs at 2? Robinhood or something? I'm long yen because yen's oversold. How many non-members do you recognize? I mean, I recognize everybody. Poker, you've been here for fucking ever, man. ETFs, futures, forex. There's a lot of ways to long a currency. Is the best time to travel globally during an economic recession? I don't know. I guess that would depend where you're going. Crime increases during recessions. Obviously, poorer countries would be harder hit. Do you think Fubu will drop with the market next week? Looking to get into out the money leaps to sell poor man's cover calls because I'm a poor man during OPEX and regretting I didn't buy them yesterday. Maybe Fubu's actually looking really good right now. It broke through a massive amount of negative gamma at $4, which is huge. It's probably going to keep climbing. We're seeing like pretty decent accumulation on it. Like I said before, I think it's attracting institutional buyers. Actually, that's what I've been saying for 3 weeks while it was $3.50. People just don't listen. Why is everyone the last one in the play when we started talking about it so long ago? Like I wrote it in Dillionaires, but by the next day I'd told everyone on the stream. We listen, bro. I have 100 leaps. I just feel like so many people miss out. It's crazy. Duh, we have to see it happen before we ask why it happens. I started getting in above 5. When was that? Oh, were you buying on the day that it ripped? So I bought my initial position the day before that happened. And then I've bought more since as IV kind of settled down. You killed it with Bobby, and hopefully Fubu is successful. We'll see. I'm excited about it. I think it's gonna present a really good opportunity for like a nice, like more stable buy and hold with like better potential valuations. And big short position and high volatility, so fun covered call selling opportunities. You know, not that long ago, Fubu was trading at like $20, $30. Yeah, in November it peaked at 35. 47. Oh, it hasn't been 47 since like Feb of like, I think it was like early Feb of 2021. in January of 2021 it went crazy. It hit like 60 61 something. You know, it traded more volume on August 16th than it did in January of 2021. Like I think August 16th was its highest volume day in the last like, or maybe since the stock began trading. It traded like its entire float almost. Out of Rev, Fubu, Jimmy, Bobby, what has the best September price action potential? Thanks, Gurk. I don't know. So Fubo, they're all a bit different, right? Fubo's got a shitload of institutional interests buying the stock, right? GME and BBBY have a lot of retail interest. And Revlon, who the fuck knows, right? It's just, it's potentially, it's got a lot of like potential, but obviously like some pressure needs to be applied to that. Recovering super stalker, welcome to Tillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Relative realist price target Fubu 1520. Actually, my valuation target is 8 to 13 over the next 2 years. It could experience some volatility. And if it does, if it starts to, you know, if we start to see like the volatility shorts come back in on it, and it like kind of spins back up into its OPEX cycles that it once had, then yeah, there's some potential. But it's got a big float, so it may not be the most attractive like volatility short. And it needs a higher valuation for more ETF liquidity. Right? So like as the valuation on it moves up, it'll become more liquid in ETFs, which makes it a more attractive volatility short. It's definitely possible that it hits 15 or 20. This isn't a cult, right? What? No, absolutely not. That'd be crazy. Totally not a cult here at all. Word out that a lot of win calls being bought and more calls keep coming in. Too late to get in. It's a little chasey. I'm not sure I know what the attraction here is. They've got a dividend. 200 million free float. Some interesting volume. Was there news? There had to have been some kind of news here. Analyst upgrade or something. Highs of like 25, average of 23. If I remember, I did a bunch of analysis on Wendy's a while back. It's pretty fucking stable. This looks good. Like the trend's really strong. It could break 21. Had a hard time with that this year so far, but I'd make sure I had a lot of time. It's usually not worth, like, since the COVID crash, it hasn't been worth a lot less than 20 very often. There's a big downside gap here too, which I'd be cautious of, but I don't know. It's just like there's just not that much room for price improvement on it. It's kind of like Tootsie Roll. Like it might be somewhere safe to stuff money that may see like some growth, but not a ton of growth, right? Like it's not like there's not a lot of value here that isn't already realized. Does Docu come down at all today? Yeah. Okay. Another potential breakout on GME. Use up today. La Chigona, formerly known as Buckled Up Jen, for the Hola Pickle y Familia, checking in from Guadalajara today. Happy Green Day to us. Behold the new nickname my family just gave me this AM. Let's fucking go. Jimmy and Rebecca and Fuberto and my Bobby bags. Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen. Chances of Jimmy breaking 30? It could happen. Like I said, there's not a ton of call interest up there, so we'll see. I don't think the chances of it holding 30 are super great. But as long as the trend looks bullish, those in the money weeklies are going to hold on. How's OPEX this month looking so far? Upwards price movements before OPEX is kind of shitty. But we'll see if the negative hedge, like, if we pull back under. It still looks good that we got shorted down, which is an important aspect. My favorite non-mod person is Pi-Fi. Should we buy GME 30s for November? Why for November? I don't want that much theta on anything. Except spy pets. Do you think this irrationality sees us retest 410 next week? Oh, next week we can absolutely move up to 410. I don't think 410's far-fetched for next week. If CPI comes in bullish, we could hit 410 before SLD. If we hit 410, I'm buying a fuck ton of puts. I meant I don't. Well, okay, I don't want that much data on anything with GME. No, I don't think GME is going to hit 410 next week. Theta? I'm not pronouncing it that way. I mean, I'm only bullish as much as it benefits my puts as far as the market's concerned. It's just all three of the same stock. What's Nerve up to today? I wish that would calm down already. Ugh. Ooh. I didn't even notice this. Repositioned? SPY end of day predictions. I don't know. We start to see calls sell off. Ugh. Might have seen a lot of the call sell off already in the middle of the day. Let me see something. So if we move back below 404, we're gonna move back to like 400. This range is kind of weak. So there's a lot of pullback to like 405. And if it drops below 405, it's really likely we hit 400, maybe even lower. So I guess it'll depend on how much this falls off right now and what range it stabilizes in. Because yeah, if we fall below VWAP right now, it's gonna fall really hard, probably even into next week. But if it can stabilize in this upper range above, well, it's like 404, like 404.25. If we can stay above like right, where is that? I'll move this up. So if we can stay above that line, then it's bullish. So as long as this stabilizes in this upper range, it'll keep being bullish. It'll probably keep pushing up. At least for today. So Fed is now not allowed to speak, meaning the kids will play again next week. Maybe another bear market rally up to 415. 415 is kind of weak right now, but it could pick up some strength. We could legitimately go as high as like 420. 422. Right around there. Do you believe in the VTI obligations covering next Monday on Revlon? VTI on Revlon next Monday? What fucking obligation covering is next Monday on Revlon? Where do people get this information from? Bulls are in town. 1 week long vacation for the Bears next week. A lot of calls expiring on the money on GMU. Won't we see VUPs early next week? Like Tuesday. I don't think they're gonna be expiring in the money. I think a lot of them are gonna get sold off into the end of the day. Actually, yeah. Does it mean anything that Jimmy high for the week? Monday is also the current price. Rug pull soon. Could be. Are we rich yet? I went out for a drink. No, not yet. Welcome back, turd. Another FTX partnership announced regarding securities. Do you not think all of that part is coincidental? What? Like FTX partnered with someone else? It's not only was that the most vague thing ever, you're trying to make a conspiracy out of it. People get this information from Wirt in the Discord. Oh, ban him. Easy. Unlike and unsubscribed due to lack of reading my messages, now I prefer Trash Jan to you. Oh well. Trash will be happy to hear that. Will Trash have you after all the insults that you've levied in their direction? Moving on, what do you think of the literature milking centaurs is a strategic investment? I'm not a fucking centaur. I still hate Trash Dan. Oh, okay. We've told you there's no such thing as a retired Dan. Yeah, he really thinks that he can somehow escape his former Danhood. Fubu DM. What do you got? I can't tell if that's super exciting or not very exciting at all. It looks like it's tips are doing a divergence. It's doing a divergent tip, which is bullish, given how little they touched each other. Yeah, so maybe like a pullback before a bigger move. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks. I'd rather see a longer time frame on that. Rev looks neato. You're blurry again. What? No, I'm not. That's crazy. You look far more Persian on my 40-inch screen at home compared to my work computer. Okay, I'm not more Persian on a larger TV. You know what I should have done from the beginning of this? I should have just made myself blurry. I could have named the channel Michael Blurry. Damn it. Missed opportunity. Boo. And then I'd be anonymous completely. I wouldn't have to worry about you fucks finding me at Costco. No, my first name is not Michael. Ugh. I fucking hate that name. Like, I just changed the focus on the camera, right? So I'd just be like this. It would have been perfect. Don't blur the hat. I don't know if I can have both. No. Greg, you turned blurry, so I panic sold my entire port. You might have nailed the top. Did you eat today? No, I haven't eaten anything today. I don't. You know what's weird is I keep getting fatter, but I don't eat very often. I eat like maybe one meal a day. Some days I forget to eat. I don't have a slow metabolism. Like, if I actually work out, I lose weight really fast. Maybe I'm getting old. Maybe it's like an old thing. Very calorie dense meals? Not really. Your body's in shock thinking you're starving? I don't have time to eat lots of meals. I go to different Costco's around New York City every weekend and stare into the ice cream freezers all day in hopes of running into dad. I'm 0 for 57, but I'm not giving up. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks, F1 Dan. Why? It's worked out so well for Ron Perlman. Do you only eat takeout? Um, no. I mean, I cook sometimes, but not very often. I go out to eat a lot. What are you waiting for on Savo? Looks good on the daily and holding trend today. I'm waiting for it to drop. If it doesn't, I just won't be playing it. What are some places you go? Nice try. What brand is your coffee maker again? Profitec. This might be the most pointless support call I've ever had to sit in on in my entire life. I'm sitting here not doing or saying anything. Fuck my life. Um, isn't that awesome? Like, you're getting paid, right? But you're not doing anything? That seems ideal. Dark pool dump incoming? Might not be a good one. No worries, Varex. Spy Head and Shoulders? Sure. Yeah, it is. I just crave stimulation. I want to quit my job so bad because of these things. Yeah, I get that. I have a hard time with jobs that are fucking boring too. Actually, you know, if it wasn't for boring jobs, I probably never would have become like a day trader. But now I'm never bored ever. So I've even found ways to make day trading less boring by doing this every day. Yeah, I have no intention of working in the legal field. Don't worry, BMG. Every lawyer that I know that I went to school with is bored out of their fucking minds all the time. And they usually compensate for that by doing obscene amounts of cocaine. Congratulations, buckled up, Jen. What are your plans this weekend? Want to join the boys in a sweet game of Ultimate Frisbee at Riverside Park? Fuck no. That sounds terrible. Hey, Kendra's messages, as disgusting as they are at least interesting, right? What's up, DV? What sort of exciting career would you be in if not stocks? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I would do if not stocks. Just making money and hoarding it makes you old. No, that's horseshit. That's just something poor people say. Like, oh, like money doesn't buy happiness? Nonsense. I wonder how many people on Superstock are like busy now because they've applied to work as managers at GameStops, like store leaders, so they can finally get enough shares to sell a covered call. Hmm. I am as rich as you. How do you know that? You don't know how much money I have. I don't know how much money I have. How could you possibly be as rich as me? Nobody from Superstock is selling covered calls. That's not true. Nobody from Superstock talks about selling covered calls. That's like nobody from Superstock is selling. Bullshit. They just don't talk about it. They just don't tell the rest of Superstock what they're doing for fear of retaliation. Money buys happiness. I can see it in my wife. My money makes her happy. If you're married, it's just her money. Ariana Grande said the ones who say that money doesn't buy happiness just don't have enough to buy it. Wise words. DRS number shows that they don't sell. That's not true. It just shows that they buy in a greater quantity than they sell. So net positive. How many CSPs do you have on Fubu currently? CSPs, none. I got assigned on those last week. I don't have any cover calls out on it either. Just shares and calls. I've been loading up on Centaur milk to sell during the recession. Oh boy. It's just harder to be miserable and rich than miserable and poor. I guess. Puts on Upstart yet? Is it time? I feel like maybe you missed it. No. Maybe not. Projection here at 28. Yeah, so they're probably not terrible, but not a lot of range. I would just let the market keep rallying for a couple days before getting into puts on that. See if the market keeps climbing, because it'll drag it up. I sold my GME by getting assigned at 42 in August. Now I'm just wheeling and dealing. Sarcasm, but Fidelity buy-sell ratio shows that nobody is selling. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nobody on Fidelity is selling. That day. And that ratio has fallen off before. Jesus fucking Christ, you goddamn zealots. Listen, I'm not saying that people are selling en masse. I'm saying that some people sell. So when you say the statement, nobody sells, it's false. Most don't sell. Most just buy more. But some do. The number's skewed in the first place. It's only orders placed, not shares. It's just a garbage data point. 10K actually, so 5 tons of 30 Cs. What? Nobody's ever sold a GME share. It's just shorts, always has been. Does put call ratio mean anything significant on the SPY? On the SPY, not so much. I mean, it gives you an idea of weighting on the SPX because the positions mimic each other. But Put call waiting on SPX is far more important. Some sell, no sell, just doesn't fanatic people as much as no sell, no sell. Fair enough. I went to Trader Joe's to buy ice cream sandwiches you mentioned, or they have two kinds. Do you buy the ones that look like two chocolate chip cookies or like two Oreos? Two chocolate chip cookies. The Oreo ones aren't very good, and they stick to the roof of your mouth. Some people buy and then sell, and then buy again and then sell again. Yeah, it's true. Thanks, Sitting Bull. Chat, all sheep are black. Gherk, not true. Chat, he said all sheep are white. Shill. Yeah. Call chain on Jimmy is starting to look very bullish. For what? Where are you getting this information? I don't see that at all. I see lots of weeklies, and they're starting to capitulate. DJ BD. No, it actually has nothing to do with the industrial size freezer full of ice cream bars. It's two industrial size freezers, by the way. You can't buy and sell stocks. That's nonsense. Ooh. Hmm. And that's Fubu against IWM IWN? It's really interesting how that crossover prompts rising prices. Huh. My finger slipped. I accidentally bought 100 calls on GMER. How do I call my broker for a refund? You would just sell them and then buy the correct stock. My favorite part is when people ask completely not financial questions and he has answers right away. Like when you gave a long grass recommendation the other day. That's my favorite part too. You have two industrial sized freezers in your apartment? Yeah. COVID was rough. All right. Hmm. Rumor is that Citadel UK volunteered voluntarily closed down because they failed to meet ISDA phase 6. What? It's fucking stupid. Plug on the 4-hour. I'm not sure that looks super bullish. I guess it depends on how much more it comes up today. It could easily be like a triple top or a continuation of the downtrend. You have lower lows, lower highs. Most people, an industrial size freezer is at bare minimum a walk-in. I think you have a commercial. Yeah, I mean, they're sure. Isn't it common for people not to want to hold shit into the weekend? That depends on positioning. I don't think there's any big economic data on Monday at all. There's some note and bill auctions on Monday, but that's it. And not a lot going on Monday. We'll see. I mean, looks like we're kind of just sitting at this level. I wouldn't be surprised if we find some price zone and stabilize there into the CPI report. No, I'm not getting anything out of the freezer. Attention artists of the Louvre. Stream card idea. Gherk on a forklift bringing down a pallet of ice cream sandwiches in his apartment freezer. To be fair, one of the freezers is set to like refrigerate. It's just a refrigerator. I keep produce in it. Can anything bring DDS down significantly? I mean, you're talking about like possibly one of the most volatile stocks on like the NYSE. So is it like a safe buy and hold? No. It's really fun to trade though. But it frequently drops like $100 at a time. It dropped almost $200 from June 7th to July 13th. How far wheat going? Just keeps climbing. No, you're not onto something. I'm not a serial killer. He's not forklift certified? No, I'm not. I was supposed to do it at my last job because everyone that worked at the distribution facility was supposed to be forklift certified for the insurance or something, but I never did it. And since that's where my office was, I was supposed to. CP got a pretty nice bounce. Yeah, I've been buying. I've been like DCAing into that. Please talk about silver squeeze. I mean, silver just squeezes all the time, right? It runs in like weird up down squeeze cycles because of shitty COMEX trading. I do not work for Citadel. If I did, I feel like my talents would be wasted doing this. I know you don't work for Citadel, you work for BlackRock. No comment. I got an ad for Citadel's engineering department the other day. Nice. Did you apply? You could sneak in there and hit the cover everything button. We got an inside man. Oh, is Fubu running again? I'm really enjoying how this is being priced up. Did everyone stop freaking out about GME hitting $30? That's not good. I'm not downloading TikTok. I don't like downloading apps on my phone. I have Discord and Reddit on my phone. I've pretty much deleted everything else. 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. You think the various funds that are short on GME have found a way to escape getting margin called? I don't think the funds that are short GME have been at risk of being margin called since June of 2021. Nice, Bob. Kind of a long carry period, though, right? I keep in my money, don't you? I actually hate spreads. I think they're a waste of time. I would usually enter this as a minimum profit, but I'm not sure that opportunity will present itself on my timeline. 6 months? Fair. Yeah, it could take longer to move. I don't have a million shares, and even if I did, I would never DRS them. I paper handed my Revlon. Sorry, I don't care. Did you sell it for more than you bought it for? No, I don't find anything suspicious. Stefan. You calculate weekly CC premiums on a million shares. Yeah, pick a strike. Gherkin sus. Thank God. Pick a strike above your cost basis and send it. It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah. I'm not saying I have 450 0 GTE 28p for GME, but I might have. And I think I need the price to drop. Please send help. Um, well, how long have you been holding them? It's definitely a red herring. You're right, Dungston. I'm not saying I have 450 GME 30C, but I might have, and I need the price to go up. It sounds like the only person winning between the two of you is the market maker. Oh, neat. We're in a spy movie now. Nice. I have a confession. When you said you bought commercial freezers for Trader Joe's ice cream Sammys, I thought you were talking about the ones that look like Oreos and figured you were brain damaged. No, I would never eat those. They're terrible. The end of today is really fucking boring. Bring everything back to Henkanashi. I'm tired of looking at these ugly fucking candlesticks. There we go. Why is this wheat? $450 end of day for Fuberto? It seems unlikely. Apple 157.50, pretty bullish for next week if it holds. Yeah. Apple can definitely. I've just been trading in and out of Apple, but Apple could still hit that like 159, 160 price target. Did you send your resume to Citadel? I'm pretty sure they would hire you. No? I could try it. I'll just stream the entire application and hiring process. And then I get immediately fired for violating my NDAs and sued. What I know of Citadel is that they pay really, really fucking well. But it's also a very, very hard job. Holding spy calls over the weekend? Entering spy calls over the weekend, probably. Popcorn Trader passed the bar exam yesterday. still Esquire, though. I'm uncertain how high the SPY could go here. It could keep climbing quite a bit. Has your thesis on Rev changed at all? No. VIX back to 20? I don't know if it'll drop that low. How's it doing today? Maybe. 2 days? 3 days? It's possible that it dips below 20 again. The steal from 401ks, pension funds, and retail. Blame retail. Citadel strategy laid bare. I mean, that's not really their strategy. That's just everyone's strategy. That's what 401ks are, right? We'll give you 3% while we make 30% returns on your money. You still get 3%. No, it's perfect for most people. Tell that to my Somalian jailers. I'm always saddened when you say my comments out loud. I sound so dumb when you say my words. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be insulted by that, but good to know. I'll try not to read your comments out loud anymore if that makes you feel better. DCAing into a 400 P SPY position. Decided on 1021, but might get some November too. We'll close if it looks like a move up to 314, 413, 414. Well, if you're DCAing in, then wouldn't you be buying more as it moves up? So here's the deal, and this is why you see me average down on positions a lot. Buying in the direction of something, like buying calls as the price rises, is a dumb money move. This is what dumb money does. Smart money buys puts all the way up. Unfortunately, most people can't afford to do this. But if you're DCAing into a put position at 400, right? You know, you can buy on the test of 405 You can buy more on the test of 410, create a budget and a roadmap for how you plan to buy into your calls, right? And then you've peaked your position here. Then if it breaks up, you sell, right? If it falls, you get rich. How dare you? I mean, think about, like, we watch institutional positioning all the time, right? And we know that a lot of this current price action is driven by shorts that were short here selling off for profit, right? So what do you think they're doing as the price rises? They know that by selling off, they can now reposition to the short side again, right? So their sell-off is going to trigger a rally. If they bought calls, they'd be buying calls as the price dropped. Into rising price? I mean, I'm hedging my puts. I already have puts open. Walk-in. Stop trying to nitpick and contradict me. At least add something of value. But yes, I'm buying calls to hedge my puts. GSAT? Did it ever move up? So the problem with this is they don't have the funding, probably, for their satellites. And I think only like 80-something% of the... Like, they can only provide like 80% of the expected service. And so it did not perform well after the rest of the documentation was released. Over time, if they get funding, sure. The big question is how high it might go this time around. With the current positioning, not much over 410 at a peak. And even that would require quite a lot of buy pressure. Plan to buy roadmaps? What is this, sorcery? I mean, it's not sorcery, it's just like how you enter positions, right? I've had spy puts this whole time. I'm holding them for a test of 385, but I'm also going to hedge them when the price moves up. And I'm not going to go into like Friday close with 100 grand in puts and not buy an upside hedge on them. That would just be fucking stupid. Because, yeah, Monday morning the market opens at like 4:15 and now my puts are out of the money. When SPY reaches another high, since bear call spread receiving credit, what do you think about using the credit to buy puts at the same time to profit both ways? Is that a high risk position? Yes. You have unlimited risk to the upside. Well, unless you're selling covered calls. And you've leveraged your exposure to downside, so if it moves against you, it's rough. I guess most people with this kind of liquidity can really only function in one direction of betting versus hedging. Well, that's because people are like, a lot of people are too greedy with their positions, right? Like they'll buy GME calls, but they'll spend all their money on them, right? They'll spend like, say they have $1,000, they'll buy 5 contracts for $2 each. Instead of buying like 2 and then having money on the side to hedge. That's just greed. People get over that with time, or they don't, and then they'll have issues at some point down the road. Looking for a big CNS today. I mean, we're moving up into it, which is generally a good sign. Today's the last day of ETF FTDs. Maybe. They're not very high, though, so. How was the pizza party? It was great, I think. I don't know. I'm sure everyone should post pictures of whatever pizza you got. Planning entry for VPITs. Thinking 210 is an initial target for an entry. Am I being too greedy? No. That's actually kind of tough. Where would I get those? I would just be very careful if it hits the like 208 range. It's pulled back from that range before pretty hard. So if you start to see a rejection around 208 or 209, that might be a better, it may not like actually hit 210, right? So you might want to focus on like be a little more flexible with your target. Because there have been a couple times on Visa in the past when I was like, okay, I'm above 210, I'll buy puts, and it hit like 209.20 and then dropped like a rock. Do you sell CCs on the SPY? No. Sometimes I sell like PMCCs on the SPY. I have shares of the SPY. I guess I could sell covered calls on them. Maybe? I'm not sure if that broker has options. I'd have to look into it. I guess I can move them. Why hold shares of SPY? I've had them a long time. They're up. Why do you have multiple brokers? Because I like them all for different reasons. I'm kind of like anal about like what I can see on any brokerage at a given time. So like I don't like having my long positions with my short positions. Certain brokers I don't like holding stock with, but I like trading options on. No, they're not DRS. They're with a like a small private broker. But I could transfer them out. It's like a holding company, sort of, but not. That's not my holding company. So it's kind of a bitch to go through the process of getting them out. Berta, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
It's not Cash App.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Fubu ever gonna pull back? I fucking hope not. Just straight up to $40. That's what I want. How many brokers do you have? 7? I probably have like 30 different accounts, but 7 brokerages. I don't have an eToro account. My mom said never to date someone with more than 3 brokerages. We're finished. Oh well. Right when it was getting started. GME, what? GME moved from $28 to $28.50. Relax. I have 4 accounts in one brokerage. I have no idea how you can track and remember everything. I can't. I'm constantly finding shit that I forgot I bought. Sometimes that's a good thing. As a poor, out of all the books in RPi-Fi, you know you can get them all for free through various searching of PDF files. We all got used to Fubu moving a penny. So is that what I need to do? I just need to weight GME's movements against like a penny stock? What sounds illegal? Lord Voldemort. Are weeklies holding and gonna buy at these cheap prices? Maybe it's big guys ensuring they have cheap shares to use and short with later. Also, grab shares cheaper than us. Thoughts? No. Every once in a while, I go through them all and fix stuff. DS Theory, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
I'll get you added. And welcome to the Country Club. Too early for QQQ puts. Looking at November, December. I mean, too early to go all in on them, probably. But more than a reasonable time frame to like start positioning for that. Based on such considerations, OCC now believes that it should seek to expand its liquidity facilities to increase OCC's access to cash to manage a member default. I mean, is it relevant for us? No. They're just ensuring that they're better prepared for the event of a crash. I will not FOMO more GME on a Friday. I will not FOMO more GME on a Friday. Personal weakness, not based on math or finances. Write GME in Zen Garden. Write GME on paper and kanji with 3-foot brush. Delta neutral's at like 2780, so I mean, it's reasonable to assume we're not going to fall much below that. I don't really understand buying puts on the SPY in this market. What? Really? After the last 2 weeks, you don't understand it? It's quite profitable. Can you call your boss and tell him to keep the SPY ripping for a month or two? No. Wirt T versus Gurk, the Ali versus Frazier of the makeup world. I thought he was banned already. Thanks, Kevin. Sorry to hear that, man. SPY's running on repositioning right now. But repositioning can drag us up a lot, so be careful. Who's Wirt T? I don't know. Why is he banned? Who cares? Can you do me a solid and loan me like 200K interest free? I'll put my Pigeon Whale membership up for collateral. I swear I'll pay it back in like a year. No. No, I'm not gonna do that. Aren't you a lawyer? Go do your job. Chill. Not you, popcorn trader. No one's talking about Somalian import-export law. Been away most of the day. Wondering if you think Rev stays flat until OPEX? That's a definite possibility. Yeah, I've heard of it. Blueberry Batman. Hey Greg, I followed your lead and buy 0 GTE for SPX 3930. New Bugatti soon? Congratulations. Or if you bought a put, that sucks. A husband and wife can't be charged for the same crime. I don't think that's true. No, I don't want your wives as collateral. Know any exports in Somalian import-export law? Yeah, I do. Popcorn Trader Esquire. I love Fubu. It's kind of cool. What's up with Pigeon Whales asking for loans and donations lately? Well, according to Super Stonk, it means because they're getting margin calls. But I think they're just trying to increase their leverage. Spy 415 next week. Maybe 422. We'll see. The volume's really low. But probably figure like another 200 BPS is possible. Margin failures aren't real. That's basically true. Hurricane K hitting SoCal, rain in the desert, bullish as fuck. Yeah, I heard about that. That's kind of crazy. It's just supposed to hit like San Diego, right? Or is it gonna hit LA? It's gonna cause fucking mudslides everywhere. San Diego isn't real. Yes, it is. I've been there. Are you off your meds today? Weeklies are bad, MK. You mean Northern Tijuana? Yeah. Arizona Bay. What's up with Veru? I sold a bunch of CSPs on it. It's not going down. I don't know. They don't have any news yet. It's just gonna move when news comes out. People jostling for position to get in before the news breaks. Perhaps a push to 420 on good CPI, down due to energy, then a rug pull after CPI is further digested, and realization that core is up despite energy down. Then plus impending energy crisis equals down. Don't forget the Fed bumping the rate by 1 point, which could definitely happen. James, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Where's my song? Where'd my song go? There we go.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GM.
Hey, I'm green on Fubu.
Not a
Nice.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Favorite kind of Hot Pocket? Go. Shit. Pepperoni Hot Pocket. Pepperoni croissant pocket. Right? Yeah, they don't make those anymore, I don't think. But those were the shit. Volker, yeah. You think it won't be 0.75? No, it probably will be. Ben, thank you so much. Guys, big shout out to Ben for hooking you up with Cornichon. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, dude. Fubu ad idea number 4. Tired of arguing with your 9 coworkers about what to watch after a long day behind the Wendy's dumpster? Fubu has you covered with the ability to stream on 10 screens at once. Huh. What if you only have one? Oh, I hate combos. Those things are gross. Toaster strudels are vastly superior to Pop Tarts. That's correct. Yeah, Pop Tarts are disgusting. I tried making them from scratch one time to see if they would be better. They're not. Are wash sales something to be worried about? I don't know. I've never worried about them. It hasn't affected me very negatively. It's not like a crime. It's just you don't want to deduct those losses from your taxes. Generally, most lost sales are pretty, or wash sales are pretty minimal. So it's not like a big deal. Cheddar cheese pretzel is legit. They're not. They're so bad. They're not a good pretzel and they're not good cheese. Oatmeal cream pies are the superior Hostess Little Debbie snack. No. Fudge rounds. Fudge rounds are zebra cakes. Get the fuck out of here. Combos seem like hard stale Hot Pocket. Here's a question. Has anybody ever actually eaten a combo that wasn't made 5 years prior to them eating it? Ived, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold.
So I went through a period of the pandemic where everything in New York City was sold out all the time. And so I just tried making various foods that I couldn't buy anymore. Like I went into Trader Joe's one day, that was like by my apartment at the time, and they had nothing but green beans and beer. The fucking store was just ransacked. Cosmic brownies are the best. A washed stock never boils. No, cosmic brownies are the correct amount of fudginess, actually. It's the only thing they get right. Brownies are supposed to be fudgy. If you're eating fucking cake like brownies, you can just get the fuck out of here right now. That's disgusting. That's a fucking cake, not a brownie. The only way a brownie is too fudgy is if you're literally drinking the mix out of a bowl. And even then, I could argue in your favor. Thanks, Ivan. New York just declared a state of emergency over polio. Biotech plays? I mean, or just get a polio vaccine when you're born. Solves a lot of those polio problems. We figured it out like a fucking 100 years ago. Believe it or not, it won't make you any more autistic than you already are. I'll see you later, Pong. I saw a Fubu advertisement on Netflix. The undercooked aspect of the brownie is the same attribute that makes the Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches so good. Slightly undercooked cookie. Exactly. Yeah, popcorn trader. How much for an equity stake? I want to get in. I want to get in on the iron lung business on the ground floor. But my freedom. Brownies should be fudgy, but not taste like I'm biting into a piece of fudge. Also, brownies shouldn't stay stuck to the roof of my mouth for an hour, which cosmic brownies do. That's because of the frosting. So they're extra fudgy and frosted, which is sacrilegious. Try the... I think the walnut ones aren't frosted, or maybe they are. And you don't have those weird little... What are they called? The little tiny candies that they put on top? Yeah, the nerds, or whatever they are. They're not called nerds. There's a name for them. And it's an absurd name. Fuck, why can't I think of it? No, it's not sprinkles, but it's like sprinkles. Non-parels. Thank you. Sean Clark, ballin', paying for his own Cornichon. Congratulations, man. Welcome aboard. Thanks. How do the pigeon whales feel about that when, like, the poors buy their own Cornichon? Thanks, man. Cosmic brownies are not good. They are a trash snack and not nearly as good as oatmeal cream pies or zebra cakes. As long as we can agree on the zebra cakes, I think we can find some common ground and work through the rest of this negotiation. I'm not modding you, by the way. Will Jimmy keep up with next week T+2 Gex? I don't know how much Gex there's going to be, right? Most of the calls are expiring today, so there won't be a lot of forward hedging. Oh, shit. What happened to Revlon? Dude, Revlon's 669. Holy fuck. Moon time. 670? We broke critical margin, guys. I'm rich. Congratulations, Ben. Here's my ultimate thesis on Revlon. One day it will open and just rip. Or it'll open at 0. I'm going to invest accordingly. Just a reminder that Revlon was almost $11 last month. I broke 11. Just barely. Almost got that 3x multiplier on those $35 Cs. We stop streaming if we get a Rev squeeze. Probably not. I only have 535 Cs, so Yeah, I'll probably keep doing this. If Rev hits $90 though, I'm out. Yeah, SPY's right at resistance. Well, your resistance line's a little up. So I think it's I'll send you a picture back. Also, don't use SPY for your long-term trends. All right. Okay. It's okay, guys. Revlon's back at 669. Make a deal. If Rev crosses the warrant price before end of year, you have to mod me. What? No, you didn't tell me about Revlon. I'm gonna mod that guy who like argued with me until I bought Revlon calls and then did research on the stock afterwards. Ever been in a situation where a hedge negates your gains? Yeah, of course. That happens unfortunately often. Or you just couldn't get a fill on said hedge. Generally I play stocks that have really liquid options chains. So I don't usually run into a problem where I can't fill on the hedge. And if I can't fill on the hedge, I'll either short or buy stock. Like, so you can always just hedge with stock, right? Like, you don't have to use options. Yeah, most of that enthusiasm was sarcasm, but are you still bullish on Revish on Bull? What's Bull? That's got to be an ETF. The warrant price is $30 and change. Well, it's 20, but for them to auto execute them, it's $30. It has to stay above it for 10 days. Selling a 35cc near the peak. You could do that, I guess. similar thing, but then, you know, you're only collecting the premium. And then you're still stuck with shares. So if the price drops, you know, the much you know, a Rev 35C is $1.08, but 100 shares is $671, right? I mean, I guess if the price of the premium of the 35C on sale exceeds the cost basis of your shares, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. Who's your favorite comedian? Favorite? I like Carlin a lot. Well, before he became too cranky and it just started being like rants. Like as he got older, he just got more and more angry. But people like him. I like Lewis Black, Chappelle. Well, Chappelle gets too political now, but I liked him a long time ago. Yeah, I like Bill Burr. Sarah Silverman's really funny. Louis C.K. Only if he invites me to his hotel room. No, I can't say Amy Schumer is funny. I fucking love Cat Williams. No, I don't like Kevin Hart. I don't think he's funny. He used to be. Now he's just like I'm not sure why he's so famous. Tom Segura is funny. He just yells. Like I don't like some of his early stuff was really funny. And then he just like found a lane and it's stayed in it and it's awful and boring. Jim Jeffries, yeah. I liked him early on too. And then not so much anymore. I don't know who he is. I've never seen him. Fubu Vaps? Yeah. 4:30. Mooning. I don't know why, but it is. Damn. Maybe I was like way earlier on Fubo than I thought or like way more on time with Fubo than I thought I was. I'm not gonna lie, this turnaround is a lot quicker than I expected initially. Why are you bullish on Revlon? It has a teeny tiny float, short interest, and fuck tons of FTDs. How much money would you have made if you kept those Fubo 1 DTEs? I don't know. Not much. Even now, I don't think they're worth that much. I would have made 18 cents a contract. So about 100%. I mean, it wouldn't have been bad. That reminds me, I still need to buy SPX calls before close. How many of them do I need? 14 at 40.75? No. Well, let's see where it gets as we approach close. We've still got like 20 minutes. Yeah, so the ETF buys in after the forwards are cash settled. Right? So they cash settle them, and then whoever, then they go to the market and buy the shares. They can start buying ahead of time, but they generally don't, right? There was like a British guy I saw like last week. I can't remember his name. I think he's famous, but he's got like a ridiculous laugh. He was kind of funny. Jimmy Carr, yeah. I like him. I love Gervais. Sinbad? I don't know if I've ever seen Sinbad stand up. Wheat slowly creeping up. I know, it's exciting, right? After all this time not being worth anything. I mean, John Cleese, but stand up? Is it really? Has he done stand up? Ricky Gervais show from the XFM years? No? Yeah, no sell off into close. Well, not yet. You know, I know it's not popular, but I just never thought Norm MacDonald was that funny. I think his voice just irritated me. He's not funny? Oh, okay. Like, there were things I saw of his that I liked, but for the most part, I just didn't like watching him or hearing him. I never really liked Dave Attell very much either, and he was kind of similar. Seinfeld's not funny at all. Neither the show nor the comedian. I don't care. You're gonna lose so many subs. Who gives a shit? Larry David is king. I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. I hate Seinfeld. It's almost like the fact that Jerry Seinfeld was involved made it not funny. List of things you like must be very small. Yeah, it is. It's not so much that. It's just I either like things a lot or I don't like them at all. I don't really have like in between. There's no nuance. It's just I either like it or I don't. You're indifferent towards me. That's not true, Carl. You and I both know I'm very different towards you. Can you tell Fubu to go back down? I don't have my position fully bought yet. Fubu only goes up, apparently. I'm not a good Charlotte fan. Russell Peters. I don't know if I've seen him or not. Elan, Animal Health Company, horribly managed, no pipeline, short into the ground. I don't fuck with stocks that deal with animals. You'd be surprised how many awful businesses are supported by the fact that people will spend any amount of money on their pets. Pennywise? Is that a band? Did you skateboard? Yeah. When I was in high school, middle school. It was cool. It was like what you did then. What are some of the new trends that you're seeing in New York? I don't know. I don't pay attention. I don't have a lot of social awareness. Lots of companies do testing on animals. Do you avoid those as well? No, I don't care about that. You mean like every pharmaceutical company? Did Avril Lavigne write the classic song "Skater Boy" based on your fling? Definitely not. How many bots do you think are watching? I could tell you. 1,379. Clothes are back in style. Also, makeup like Revlon. Listen, I think we need to be honest about Revlon's makeup quality. It's not great. No, I've never owned Heelys, but it is a dream of mine. I have two very rare photographs. One is a picture of Houdini locking his keys in his car. The other is a rare photograph of Norman Rockwell beating up a child from Stephen Wright. Thank you very much. The good, the bad, and the Dan. I did meet Avril Lavigne once. I didn't know who she was when I met her because she wasn't famous yet. But I went to school with a kid she was his cousin, I think. I only found out later after she became famous that she was his cousin. I guess that's kind of it's not really a story. It was Chad Kroger. My wife buys into the internet theory that Avril Lavigne was replaced by a body double. You mean after she died? No, I didn't speak to her at all. She was just there at a thing that I was also at. One of my friends in middle school had a cousin. They weren't famous, they were just a pervert. Is that where you learned it from? Revlon does have products that are good, but the majority are not great. Also, their products are coming back. I asked my sister who's big into that stuff and does social media advertising. Okay. How do you advertise on social media? I should learn this skill. All of my current internet fame comes from being kind of a hostile asshole on Reddit. And it's attracted a crowd of extremely undesirable people. I'm trying to break away from that and move into like beauty tubing or VTubing. I think I'm gonna turn this into like a 3D dolphin with a top hat. I'm not an influencer. If you need help VTubing, I'll learn anything I need to help you out. Thanks, Trash. So when they send me the emails like, "Hey, do you want to advertise this product?" I'm supposed to respond to that email? But then I just spend all my time talking about the things my videos are sponsored by and never talk about the actual content of the videos. In a super illiquid options chain such as Root, if it does rise above the highest strike, you typically see a big uptick in OI around the high strike. I own a sizable amount of the OI. I don't know. Are you going to buy a sizable portion more when it moves up? Because it sounds like you might be the only person buying it. It was like when I bought those Tootsie Roll calls and I became the OI for the month. How many inches is the centaur's taint? Okay, we still haven't determined the placement of the genitals, so that's hard to say. It could be very long or normal sized. Like if the front part, well, the genitals are at the front on the human part, then the taint is extremely long. Because I'm not a centaur. I love Fridays. Nobody even noticed that the SPX dropped to like 406 a few minutes ago. How many pairs of lungs does a centaur have? Just the human pair. So it's actually, they get winded very quickly. How do I upgrade my membership? I don't know. I think you just click the like button somewhere. There's a button. Click all the buttons, you'll find it eventually. Do you have your SPX call hedge? Not yet. How are you feeling about your September 16th 35 Cs? Fine. I haven't even bought back the 30s. Don't turn our cooking channel into a beauty channel, please. It would be like putting lipstick on a pig. You should hydrate. Thank you, Bithead. Occupier of VWAP Pontiff. Fubu is seriously rocketing. It's even starting to break away from like the rest of the basket, which is all moving up. IWM isn't moving at all? This is fucking weird. Dude, like 450s are about to go in the money. That's fucking nuts. All anatomical questions related to... Wait, what was that? Mythical half-humans are answered by which part we're talking about. Since the naughty bits are on the horse end, then they will be towards the back haunches. I see it. I'm not sure I agree with that definition. What's inside the horse part? Is it it's just one intestine. It's just like a colon, and it just extends all the way through the horse part. It's that and muscle and skeleton. The real question is, why did the human part of the centaur connect to the horse neck, while the human part of a satyr joins up with the waist of the goat? That is a good question. I don't know. You know, nowadays we can just go on the internet for weird porn, right? But back then they had to draw it, so it was really, you know, up to the artist. Creative license. All right, fine. Now that everything stopped running, I'll play the song.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Which part of the dolphin do you connect to? I don't. It's just gonna be me as a dolphin. So from like the shoulders up, just like a dolphin head, a top hat, and like little flippers. And then when the stock goes up, my flippers will just go crazy. That's the plan. Then I can leave, but people will still be entertained. Ding ding, the day is done. Yeah, of course, monocle top hat. Maybe a mustache, if we can squeeze it on there. So your head on top of the dolphin near the blowhole. Oh, maybe when a stock really like rips, he could just shoot water out of his blowhole and like it'll blow his little top hat up and then come back down. So what you're saying is I can prevent pores from upgrading? No, they just have to do it on desktop. Yeah, of course on porpoise. Yeah, and he'll make like that, whatever that sound is, you know, where it's like, it's spelled like this. I don't know. Yeah, I can't pronounce it. But the dolphin will make that sound when, like, above 5% in a day. I spend my entire day talking to imaginary friends, okay? All right, anyway, let's wrap up the day here and take a look at everything. So, basically everything ripped today. GME, Bobby, Fubu, all up massively. GME 11.69%. BBBY, I think, ripped also, up 8%. Revlon up 4%, and Fubo up 15%. So really good performance across all the basket stocks, and all the big tickers went up today too. SPY up 153 basis points at close. Closing at 106, back at that 106.31 level. It's tough. There's not a lot of call volume, or there wasn't a lot of call volume this morning on the SPY above 410. With the puts sold off today and repositioning, that could change OI by Monday morning. I will try to update everyone on the SPY OI Monday morning if I have time, or SPX OI Monday morning. But right now, you know, this is kind of the top of where the current range of bullish, like, options volume was. So for us to move up higher, we'll need more positioning at like the 410, 415 level. I do think that with the lack of kind of negative data on Monday, we're pretty likely to stabilize a lack of negative and lack of positive data on Monday. We're really likely to stabilize in this like 405 to 407 range. There is a little downside room. We could slip potentially back to 400 before bouncing again, just because there is some like more short positions opened at 400 that didn't really close off today, and a lot of those were opened yesterday on like the rally to 401. So provided those haven't closed out already. You know, we may still see a slip into that like 400 398 range before moving up like Tuesday, Wednesday. Then we have SLD next Wednesday as we move into OPEX, and I do expect that will likely cause some downturn in the current price action. But we may, because of the kind of bull rally we're on, or bear rally we're on, we may see kind of an SLD similar to what we saw in, was it June? Or like, well, yeah, like end of June's rally, like where you know SLD was really brief. So if you are short and SLD prints your puts, that could be a really good time to reposition as we move into the settlement period for the supplemental liquidity deposits, and the market moves up potentially even more into the Fed meeting the week of the 23rd. So some stuff to watch out for kind of on the macro level. GME looks really good, but I suspect a lot of the calls that came in today were closed out. Some of the $30 calls that came in are looking bullish. I don't know how that's going to affect our price action over next week. Utilization going into this morning was really low. If that low utilization persists, we may see some more short interest come in like after middle of Tuesday next week. Right now, though, I think we can hold like this $27 range, 27 to 29. We'll see, you know, obviously next week if we start to see more and more call interest come in, then it could be, you know, we're going to have to position for OPEX at a slightly higher price. I think that's about it. Is there anything that I didn't cover there? Okay. All right, guys, thank you so much. And I will see the members 12:30 on Sunday, 12:30 p.m. and the rest of you Monday morning. Well, actually, I'll probably just see all of you at 12:30. I'll have it open to everyone. Thank you guys so much, and have a great night and a great weekend. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.